when you do something, why not do it live? Welcome back to another killer review. I actually just incorporated something into the creations forum that feel free to check out. Welcome back. Wonderful. Sounds good. Video's good. Let's go. So what I've just incorporated in is a fun new killer idea challenge for the entire community, perhaps. I put the base of a killer down. You can pause, read if you want to. The only thing that really matters is this little bit right here. And I'm going to summarize it. Basically, killer down survivor, injects them with poison, hands them a knife, they have to find a survivor, put them into the dying state, and then take their poison. Afterwards, they can then, pick them up, whatever. There's going to be limits incorporated into it, like killer can't see where the survivor goes down at, etc., etc. But this is just a scuff draft, because the whole purpose of this forum is to get a whole bunch of just different memey, funny, some serious ideas, and then incorporate it into this killer concept just to see how funny things can actually get. So, I mean, somebody could say, I don't know, it's a clumsy killer. Then it can be incorporated as the killer tries to poison his knife, but ends up stabbing himself sometimes like the Blight and ends up getting his fast movement instead. Or something crazy like that. But this is just the base. I named the killer the Twisted because, well, with all the memes and everything that comes through, it's going to be a very cursed and twisted killer. And that's just something to think about. You can go to the creations thing, go to forum.deadbydaylight.com. And just navigate your way through the menus to creations, or click on the link that's in the description to find the forum site. I have a link now. Alright, what are we going to be doing today? We're going to be doing the new final, well, not a chapter, but the actual, the judge killer and the survivor. This was submitted by Lulu the Lion, 14. Let's see what they have. My first time looking at this. I would have loved for this to be like a South Park looking killer. That would have been hilarious. That's just racist. Okay, let's see. Short. Ronnie Peruzzo, innocent person framed for murder, sentenced to a minimum of 15 years. The judge bribed the entity. Oh, the judge sentenced him, was secretly bribed, and the entity took the judge to its realm to punish him. And also took Ronnie and Hope for him to get his revenge. Anything's better than 15-year sentence, right? The entity is, the only goal of the entity is to feed off the survivor's fear. So if anything, he took them so the judge could, torture him basically for the rest of his known existence, over and over and over. If anything, the entity would have found that he got bribed and sentenced to an unjust punishment funny and amusing, and would have fed off of it. Then they're in the state of, him getting screwed over for being innocent, and the judge who was bribed and things like that. Then the entity would grab them, put them into a situation to where the judge can place judgment upon all the other survivors, even though they don't necessarily deserve it. But anyway, looks like perks are coming out first. It still makes me wonder why they always show what the perks are before any type of power. Let's see. Oh, this is the survivor. Now you put the entire survivor before the killer. Interesting. Oh, the judge that sentenced him was secretly bribed. Gotcha. So Ronnie Peruzzo was the innocent man, because it says is an innocent. Alright. My reading comprehension is low there. So Ronnie is the survivor that went through all of that. When a gen gets complete, without you helping, you become inflicted with anger status effect for 60 seconds. Should be defined within the actual perk. If you're going to set it up like this and write everything like a perk setup, you should have the subcontext and things like that. Here, let me show you. What's a perk? No one escapes death is a pretty decent perk. That's the only one I can think of right now that has a multi-tier system. Well, Ace in the Hole works. If you're gonna put things like that, you always have your item description or perk description up at top. Then you say what the perk is. Then you say if there's anything else that needs to be added towards the bottom like that. Any statuses or things like that. Actually, I know exactly that fits your format. Boon totems. It gives a basic status of what the boon actually does. Then it tells you how to activate said thing. Then it tells you the distances, things like that. Then it tells exactly what it does. It shows you the subcontext. It tells you the limitations. And then it gives you kind of a quote per character. So for when gens get complete without you helping, you come inflicted with the anger status effect and things like that. You should somewhere, either here or even down here, should explain what the anger status effect does before you list a perk or anything like that. To my knowledge, the anger status effect isn't base game. Not your honor. Once, twice, or thrice times per trial. When you enter the killer's tail radius, the killer moves 5% slower and you move 5% faster for 10 seconds. Only question I have there is, why only 3 times? Why not just give it a cooldown? I mean, you're moving 10% faster, so this is going to have to be buffed. Survivors move at base 4 meters per second. So 10% of that would be 0.4, so 5% would be 0.2. So Survivor would be moving at 4.2. Killers move at 4.6. 10% of that would be 0.46, and half of that would be I was going to say 1.8, but that don't sound right. Half of 4.6 is 2.3. So if you add both of those together, then the killer would only be moving at 0.03 faster than the survivor. So both of the things can't be 5% because the killer wouldn't be able to benefit on this. Well, I wouldn't say benefit on it because it's a survivor perk, but the killer wouldn't be able to essentially catch the survivor or do anything like that. And if you take it upon your point to avoid the killer, aka you're playing SWF or things like that, that's an instant escape on whatever you're doing. Because if you see the killer coming or you hear their tear radius, you can literally just take off in any direction and they won't catch you within that 10 seconds. You can even run fairly near the killer and they won't be able to catch you because you'll be moving at essentially the same speed. So it's basically an instant escape. So I would, if you want to make the killer move 5% slower, that's completely fine, but the haste that the survivor moves should be dropped down to like maybe 2 extra percentage. So the killer still has leeway. So basically make it reasonable to where in the 10 seconds the killer can still catch up, but it gives the survivor the ability to get out of whatever situation they're in, you know, or possibly even to another loop. So you want to make it a gap of like sprint burst or dead hard's gap. Well, I wouldn't say dead hard, like sprint versus gap, about how far you can get from the killer in that short amount of time, and then balance it towards this perk. Locked away. When getting hooked in the basement on your first or second hook, the timer doesn't go down for 30 seconds. Locked away can only be used once. When was this posted? November 7th. So, camaraderie in this case does essentially the same thing. This protects you from getting hooked in the basement, but why would you pick this perk over camaraderie? I think Gala Nonum was the one that had the perk idea that was acceptable to go alongside its camaraderie, because it made it the where after you perform the action, which I think was like an unhook or a heal or something like that, once you're hooked, you gain additional 30-second bar. So let's just say the deep wound status effect, that yellow timer, you'll get like a 30-second yellow timer that'll decrease, and then your regular time will start decreasing. This allows you to get the 30 seconds at the start as opposed to wasting more time towards the end and losing gen time and things like that through camaraderie. This only works on your first or second hook in the basement. So I mean, in this type of sentence, I mean, why would you ever want to be in the basement, for one? Because even if you get that 30-second freeze, you're still in the basement. And if you get pulled or unhooked from the basement within any type of time period, the killer could just walk back over and slap you as you're walking back out, or come retunnel you. So I mean, this kind of has use, but why would you just not use camaraderie? And if you're hooked on your second hook, somebody just walks over the basement top and you have an extra 30 seconds. Versus, or, you know, anywhere on the map, versus it only working in the basement. I mean, if you have a gen by basement, yeah, I could see where it has its situational benefits, but other than that, Why would you ever be near basement? So this perk is completely fun, which I've even talked about last stream, having perks that actually slows the killer. You just have to balance them to where the slow's not like super severe, to where everybody's working on a gen or something, killer comes over and everybody can just scatter away because the killer's slowed. It should assist you in getting away, but it shouldn't guarantee you getting away. Just like Dead Heart doesn't guarantee that you get away, or Sprint Burst, it just gives you a small lead, a little distance. Anger isn't defined inside of the perk or anywhere in this particular area, so I can't even do a review on that until I actually find out what anger is. And this perk's, it's too niche. If you want to have it just basement hooks, at least give it a passive or something, you know, when you have a 20% increased chance to unhook yourself or something while in basement hook. Maybe add in one free, you know, extra escape. Sort of like slippery meat, except for, you know, it has some sort of passive. The slippery meat allows you to get 3 chances. This perk will give you an extra 1, but it also pauses your timer, which, I mean, I'd probably come back in and say that it's just 2 perks combined, but like I said yesterday, take the initial concept of basement and hook, pull them apart, reinvent them, not just glue them together in different ways, pull them apart, reinvent them, and then reincorporate them into your perk. So when I say add like slippery meat or something to it, I mean a redefine, redevelop, completely different perk that does the same thing. Just use slippery meat as sort of inspiration, I guess is what I should say. And that perk would be fine, weak, but fine. It just needs a little, some food, it needs some milk added to it. This, I would set a timer on it, honestly. I mean, even if the timer equals up to only 3 times a trial, you never know. I'd also deactivate this perk when all exit gates are done, so you don't get an unfair advantage, or give your team an unfair advantage towards the end of the game. No ad exists to give the killer the speed boost to finish off the game. This would essentially counteract no ad and give the killer a negative on top of that. So I'd deactivate it at the end of the trial. Or at least decrease the amount of slowdown towards the end of the trial. And then nobody knows what anger is. I'm assuming this is the powers. Oh no, this is for the judge. Okay. Yeah. Apparently he couldn't fit it all. Alright. I'm gonna stop you right there. If you're gonna use a format like this, that's semi-similar to how the game displays things, word-wise, things like that. Some of these things are wordy, but they're not like vroom, like a storyboard. If you put some things down that's generally long, and then you have to add more afterwards, you probably need to go back in and shorten this. Alright, power wise. Already before looking at it, I can see the word Mori them. Why does everybody have to include a mini Mori into their killer design nowadays? Stop it, people. Stop it. Stop adding in the ability to Mori people into your killer. If I had a checklist and I was actually, part of behavior, and I was going through to see which killers were worth it and things like that, or compatible with being put into the game. Anytime that I see that can mori them, I would probably immediately reject and throw your killer concept in the trash. Even if it's the greatest killer concept in the world, I would probably trash it right then and there. Stop adding mini moris to your killer. Most people that make killers make their killer concepts way too OP to begin with. Then they make perks that are way OP to begin with. Then they want to add the fact that their character can, or killer can mini mori on top of that. Stop it. Stop it. Every killer doesn't need the ability to basically undermine the game and kill a survivor on death hook. Not only are you getting rid of, the last second decisive strikes and saves and things like that, you're also getting rid of the time that survivors have on their last hook by being able to mori them. Is that you're severely undercutting half of the perks of the game and the survivor's time because you no longer have to find a hook. Which means survivors no longer have any time to stop you because you're walking over and mooring people as soon as they get hooked and not hooked twice, immediately mooring them. Plus the perks like, Devour Hope and things like that, and the actual Mori offerings, you're completely nullifying for your killer. Just completely, all those add-ons and things like that, gone. They cannot be incorporated into your killer because your killer can already mori. Like, stop. Stop undermining basic game mechanics and basic game perks. Stop. Alright, every 60 seconds, the survivor with the least filled cooperation bar will be punished. What's the punishment? The survivor with the least cooperation will suffer from the following: exposed. Every window and pallet vaulted will become blocked. Pallets immediately break when stunning the killer. Then you go into a completely new thing called final punishment. If a survivor who is dead on hook becomes punished, you can mori them. So they don't even have to be in their dying state after their second hook. You can just mori them like a Michael Myers tombstone. Then there's more about the regular judgment power, even though you've already incorporated final punishment here. Meaning that's the end of the power. But let's go ahead and read this. After every 60 seconds, the survivor with the least cooperation to the cooperation bar will be punished. Actions such as repairing, cleansing, escaping chases adds progression to the cooperation bar. I don't think you understand the base mechanics of that, but I'll go over that. Idling, opening chests, hiding in lockers, losing chases takes away cooperation. If more than one survivor has the same cooperation, they will both be punished. If all have the same cooperation, they will all be punished. Punishment. All survivors will have for 60 seconds exposed. Pallet, window, vaults all blocked. Stunning judge breaks pallet. When survivor becomes punished, every survivor's cooperation bar empties itself. Final judgment, which it puts again. So you just repeated everything up there and now. Okay. If a survivor becomes punished and is dead on hook, the judge can mori them. This is a killer that rewards survivor for doing their objective while also punish them for doing the objective. You're not rewarding survivors for doing the objective at all. But I'll go over that. At some point in the trial, there will be no more cooperation, to get meaning every survivor may not have cooperation, means they all become punished, and that is where the judge is most powerful. This power also punishes the most lazy survivors at the beginning. Even you couldn't keep a straight face, you kept a laughing face, because you know you're memeing right now. New status effect, anger. Anger. You drop pallets 25% quicker and stun on the killer lasts 0.5 seconds longer. You also get the haste status effect, and vaulting speed is also increased for 25%. So, now at the very, very end of everything that he put, I now have to scroll all the way back up to find out, where was it? With this anger, okay. When a gen gets complete without you helping, you become inflicted with anger status effect for 60 seconds. Which, based off your whole cooperation thing, you're gonna get the anger status effect. Okay, that's 60 seconds, but you're also gonna get punished, which is going to expose you, make your vaults and everything you use get blocked, etc., etc. Unless you're on a separate generator by yourself. You drop pallets 25% quicker. That is interesting. Pallets already drop quick already. As soon as you click the button, the killer's basically stunned. I don't know if you can go any quicker without breaking anything. If they can incorporate it quicker without completely glitching and breaking the game, I mean, it's kind of a meh, but okay. Stun on a killer lasts 0.5 seconds longer. If you're going to make the stun on the killer last longer, you're going to have to make the pallet itself break. So you're going to have to increase the stun time by more than 0.5 seconds and make the pallet break as you're slamming it on them. Because, I mean, you're angry. You're not looking to stop the killer, you're looking to break something over its head. So during anger, pallets should break and the killer should be stunned. Let's say a killer stunned by base 2.5 seconds. Then you can give them, I don't know, 3.5 second stun. Possibly even reach out to 4, possibly, depending on how everything else is going to be balanced afterwards. It'll have to be tested PTB, but I would definitely have the anger effect break the pallet and just stun the killer for longer because there's more force behind the pallet. That's a trade-off, balanced. Longer stun, but you lose the pallet. The longer stun should be longer than it takes the killer to break the pallet. Though, to give you any type of benefit from that. The haste status effect of 2%, it's not necessary. It's very not necessary. You're just stacking benefits now to try to make the perk look better. Vaulting speed is increased by 25%. Get rid of all of that. Vaulting speed, haste status effect, all of that. There's other perks that are designed around that. Actually, there's quite a few perks that is designed around that. Movement or haste status effects, vault speeds, things like that. Get away from that, cut off the dead weight, fix this, and just use the extra benefit that you're getting. Also, you don't even have to make it a status effect. Just call the perk anger or rage or something like that, and just make it to where, you know, when a gen gets done, your perk becomes activated, and then the next pallet that you drop or the next whatever seconds, start a timer. Once the timer runs out after the generator's done, that's the end of it. There's no need to incorporate an entirely new status effect when you can just add a timer to the perk to show how long it's activated. That saves on programming. Final punishment, get rid of all Moris on your characters. It's not going to push and incorporate more killers if every killer can Mori somebody. People are not going to play your killers. People are not going to play against your killers. If every time an alternative killer pops in, or even just a regular created killer pops in, and boom, you start a match. You know, as soon as you get your second hook, they basically have an Ebony Mori. That you are going to die. You try to balance it by making it if they become punished, but like you say, right here, towards the end of the match, not everybody's going to be able to get cooperation points, in parentheses, or actually in quotations, which means people are just going to die left and right if they're already in their second hook phase. The whole point would be to hook people once, possibly even twice, but you really only need to hook them once. Wait for people to get punished, hook them again, have their friends take them, knock them down, and then boom. Towards the end of the match, get them down. Well, I guess it'd be 2 hooks, then at the end of the match, knock them down and finish them. This also, sentence right here, is also the reason why your cooperation system, as you write it, would work. The fact that there is no way to neutralize the cooperation aspect or avoid it throughout all match means that it's not balanced. It is 110% balanced around killer. It's not something a survivor can prevent, especially in game. Things happening like that. But I'm going to skip all of this for towards the conclusion, and I'm going to go back all the way up to the thing that everybody's thinking about. The problem is the cooperation thing. Cooperation actions by day or through Dead by Daylight is any action that you can basically do that involves 2 or more survivors. So if 2 survivors, or for example, if 2 survivors are working on a generator, you will get cooperative actions. To say anything involving 2 survivors, essentially doing the same thing. So if 2 survivors working on a generator, on the same generator, is cooperative action. And as a matter of fact, how's about we just say, I will look this up for you, because I want actual times. I want times on how long these things would be. Well, this is 2018. This is not what we're looking for. It might still be relevant. It's not relevant. Why are people having trouble with the cooperative actions daily? 12 hours to complete the do cooperative actions for 18 minutes. How? I complete that in like 2 games. I can't find anything relevant 2021. Yeah, this is the newest one. Oh my, oh my, oh my. That's what I said. It took me 2 games, tops. Somebody taking 12 hours mean that you're probably gin avoiding, and you're kind of calling yourself out there. Okay, well, I was hoping to get actual times, because I don't know off the top of my head cooperative action times on doing different tasks and things like that. And I was going to bring up that each cooperative action, one, speeds up the action that things are being done, some severely, to where how are you going to gauge this cooperation that you're talking about? Because by terminology, you're talking about cooperation actions. And to punish survivors for not using cooperative actions is ridiculous. At the beginning of the game, you're essentially trying to force all 4 survivors or groups of 2 and 2 to find each other if they don't spawn together and then work on generators together. Which, one, is a completely dumb thing for survivors to do. 2, makes absolutely no sense. And since you're giving them a basically impossible task, if a survivor doesn't start near another survivor, they're screwed. They're going to get punished. But also, you don't want survivors stacking on generators, as I mentioned before. Dead by Daylight tries to prevent survivors from gen rushing by always spawning at least 2 people together, sometimes more. Those 2 people generally go to the same generator. Then the other 2 get spawned out somewhere. One of the other 2 spawned out is generally closer to the killer than anything else, but sometimes the 2 that are on the generator are closer. Somebody will be chased. The other 3 survivors will do gens. By the time the first person goes down and gets hooked, 2 gens will pop. Instead of 3 gens, because the 2 people spawning together generally aren't experienced enough to separate and find different generators. So if you get 2 gens done on one side and the other survivors on the other side, that's 3 gens pop spread out throughout the map. Now, if everybody spawns together and everybody goes to nearby generators, you're just going to 3-gen yourself. And that's what you got to keep in mind as well if you all spawn together or 3 people spawn close to each other. There are 7 generators in a trial. And if you pop 3 on one side of the map, that's going to leave 4 on the other side of the map. You still have to do 2 of those. Excuse me. You're still going to have to do 2 more of those, and you only have one side of the map to work with. If Killer sees that, now they know they have no reason to go to the other side of the map. They just need to kind of lie in wait and keep just generator patrolling. So even if it's a 3 generators is done and there's, 3 healthy survivors and you have 1 hook, you're actually benefiting the killer because now they have a smaller area that they need to work in. So in essence, to get an ideal scenario, if everybody spawns together, you'll want 2 people to work on generators on the side that you're on, 1 person to take chase, and 1 person to go across map and work on a generator on the other side. By the time that first person goes down, you're going to want those two starting generators to be popped and that last generator to be about 75 to 80% and getting ready to pop. The person that's on the opposite side of the map, by the time they pop their last generator, which should draw in the killer, if everybody's using hang time and things like that appropriately and not just running in a straight line towards the hook, killer should be pulled to that side of the map, allowing you to get the unhook, the double heal, and continue on to different gens in the different areas. You should still have one or two gens still on the back side where you were working before, and you should also have a couple of gens in front of you, and then possibly even one gen on about halfway point on one side of the map, depending on the map. So then all of you then find different gens to go to, and lather, rinse, repeat. You've already got 3 done. 2 people can go to one gen, and the other person can go to another gen, and there you go. Or one can help the other guy running or looping the killer if you're not the type to get in the person's way. And you can extend that chase by taking some of the load off of them, or body blocking killer or something like that, just to get rid of their bloodlust or something like that, just to extend their chase if they're doing a good job. Now if it's like normal, 2 people spawn together and 2 people spawn somewhere else, everybody should be on a separate gen, I might add. Everybody should go to a separate gen and you should work on it. Whoever the killer goes to, you then loop. By the time you go down and you get hooked, 3 gens should pop. Different areas of the map. You'll have the 2 that spawned, in the back side of the map. Those 2 will be done fairly close to each other. That's to be expected. You'll have 1 that's also done on the other side of the map. Or about to be procced, I should say, on the other side of the map. The 2 that then just completed the generator, if the killer's camping and staying somewhat nearby, both of you can go for a save. You have that leniency in time. If not, one should go for a gen farther infield. The other person that's just finishing gen will finish that up. The other person goes for the hook. Next person gets in the chase. The rest go to generators. You do the generators. Boom, 5 gens are done. You get out. Just a simple, basic, just gen rush strategy. One of the variants of it. There are different types. There's also the super fast 3 gen rush strategy where you intentionally 3 gen yourself, because most killers that see a 3 gen happening, well, not most, because now there's a lot of new people. Back in the day, most killers that see a 3 gen happening will allow it to happen. They won't pressure it, so they'll let you get all the way to the last generator, and then they'll be like, alright, you guys 3 gens yourself, now I'm gonna get you. Thing about that is, if you're running the right set of perks, you can complete a generator with 3 or 4 survivors on it, depending on, where the generator's located at. Very, very quickly. Killer comes through, all he can do is kick the generator and start regressing. Can't keep up with all of you. And if he does down one of you and he elects to try to go for the hook, that's all that time being wasted. It's very hard if you have 4 healthy survivors to get that 4 gen, or to get the 3 gen win. It's very hard. It takes a lot of skill and a lot of patience to know when to attack, when to hook, when to patrol. All the while, the person you down could have borrowed time or something like that, and soul guard, and a whole bunch of other types of perks to counter your counter to their counter. As I said, it's all based on what you have knowledge of the game and what kind of strategies you're running. Extremely hard, especially if it's SWF. I haven't even gotten to these yet. So, cooperative actions, by definition, by Dead by Daylight, that's the only thing that'll allow you to do anything. Now, I understand that you are a survivor main by how you shown everything. You started off with the survivor first. You even make a sort of crack at your fellow survivors that it punishes them for not doing the objective, etc., etc. You even then double down up here and you say that idling, opening chest, hiding in locker, losing chases takes away cooperation. So we all know you're a survivor main, basically trying to get back at survivors and make them stay on the objective. What you're doing is you're designing a killer and survivor and everything else, and then you're trying to force people to play the game. One, if I'm a killer, why would I want survivors actually doing the objective? Why? If anything, these should be reversed. When they cooperate, I should be angry as the judge, and I should punish them for cooperating. When they're idling and not doing anything, the cooperation should then go down. In your rage that you wrote this in, trying to force survivors to do things, you've completely jacked up your killer. Okay, I definitely want to punish you for not doing those gens and gen rushing me. No. Your killer's backwards. But that's the one thing I wanted to point out on top of the cooperative actions is the killer's backwards. And you've completely screwed everything up in your survivor rage. This is kind of the reason if you don't play killer, you shouldn't be adding for killer things. If you don't play survivor, you probably shouldn't be adding survivor ideas. Because as a killer, the things that you see survivors, making the more mistakes of, you're probably going to be like, oh, well, I should make a perk that does this and that and that and that. Or be like this guy and say, well, survivors always do this stuff. It's really annoying, and then I'm going to write something that just completely don't make sense. That I'm just like, anybody that as I was, I have not seen new killer perks. I actually plan to go over the new survivor and killer perks that have popped up today. That's actually on the docket. Welcome, as always. But yeah, unfortunately, having a killer like this, where the concept's actually backwards and helps survivors, completely undermines the entire purpose of it being a killer. So, repairing generator, cleansing totems, and escaping chases adds to the cooperation bar. If you're not repairing a generator at all times, you're not getting points. If you're not cleansing a totem, you're not getting points. If you're not being chased, or actually if you're not escaping chases, you're not getting points. So if you're being chased by the killer and your chase lasts longer than 60 seconds, you're going to be punished because you haven't escaped that case or chase. If you have completed a generator or have done a little bit of time on a generator, but not as much as everybody else, aka let's say everybody goes to a generator and the killer's just AFK, the last person to find a generator and start working on it is going to be punished, even though they were doing the objective. And then idling, aka hiding behind a wall because the killer's nearby, you're going to be losing cooperation. Opening chests, which is part of the game, if you're injured and you don't have any way of healing, you're going to go open chests to try to get that 16, that quick heal. A couple of 16-second heals is worth popping a chest. Or if you're last person alive, maybe you're looking for a key or something like that. Or you can do the old grab a toolbox, or sabotage a hook, and then immediately escape from the killer when they come over to check that the hook's been sabotaged. Essentially create a distraction and then leave. I used to do that a lot in the past. It worked. I don't know if it worked today, but old tech. But now they have a perk where you can just throw a rock, so. Why are you punishing people, though, from opening chests? That's an item that essentially will add more on to the end of it, especially if it's like a med kit or something like that. Speaking of that, too, when it comes to cooperative actions and things like that, well, I guess healing's not even in there. Yeah, healing another survivor isn't even in there. Unhooking another survivor isn't even in there. It's literally just repairing, cleansing, and escaping chases. Then, if you're basically hiding or opening a chest, which I mean, cleansing totems and opening chests are on the same level to me. Cleansing a totem is essentially the same as opening a chest. You can get benefit from both, especially if you're working, or especially if you have a perk that's designed around them. I didn't expect 3 generator perks for the killer. Yeah, I know, right? Gen repair would definitely become more boring and you won't be able to do anything. There's a minus 30% repair. No way. Hang on. Let me hold on. Let me actually get into these perks. What? Appeal activates when you achieve 6 hooks. Once per trial, after achieving the right amount of hooks, press the activate ability button. The active ability button would be what activates dead hard and things like that. Killers don't have that. They have just your primary and then your secondary. So I'm going to change activate ability button to secondary ability button to instantly regress a random fully repaired generator on the map. Should I make a bruh button? Bruh. Once a generator is repaired, it can't be messed with. You can't just elect to degrade generators that are fully repaired. If that was the thing, ruin would completely break the game. You would constantly be losing repair progress. You can't. Wow. I just. Wow. Instantly regress a random fully repaired generator. Wow. So yeah, that's gotta go. Evidence. When kicking a generator, the last survivor that touched it will reveal their auras. That's gonna have to go. Scourge hook. Sent down. Every hook in the basement is scourged. When a survivor is rescued from a scourge hook, they become inflicted with the mangle and broken for 60 seconds, hindered for 30 seconds. Rescuer becomes exposed. Get rid of this too. I mean, do I even have to go over these at this point? I guess I should to remain uniform, but, like, do I really need to? This is against the primary game mechanic. This is against, well, everything. You know, make it to where if you kick a generator, if a survivor touched it within the last X amount of seconds and is within your tear radius or something weird, very specific, make them like scream. you know, ha, they screamed, but they can still, for the most part, remain hidden. Screaming very quickly, just give them a slight notification or a blip that if they're paying attention, they can see it. But if they blink, they for the most part miss it. It doesn't have to be an entire 5-second expose. Or you're gonna down a survivor every time you kick a generator, because most survivors hide around the generator they're at till the killer leaves. Then they go back to it. So you'd literally not even have to worry about finding survivors. You'd kick the gen, look around, slap the survivor, whoever's nearby to that gen, and then just, lather, rinse, repeat till you get the downs. You can't see me, but I'm just shaking my head. If a survivor is rescued from a basement hook, you're going to mangle them, give them the broken status effect. So even being rescued from basement, you can't be healed. And on top of that, you're hindered for 30 seconds. So you can barely move. Then what's the point? Once you get hooked in basement, that's game over. Then the person that rescued you gets exposed for 60 seconds. Really? Bubbas who camp basement are gonna love you. They're gonna camp basement and they're gonna sit there with Insidious and they're just gonna wait with a smile on their face. When you come in to pull that person off, they're gonna slap you. Then the person who you saved, even if you give them borrowed time, guess what? They ain't going anywhere fast. They're gonna walk over, they're gonna hit them, they're gonna wait, and they're gonna hit them again. And you're both gonna be down in the basement. Then after that, they don't even need the camp basement anymore. They can actually go all the way to another side of the map. And when somebody goes to save the two of you, he can walk back over. And by the time you get to the top of the basement stairs, he'll be walking back in to slap you both back down. I, mm-mm-mm. Oh, feel free to spoil or do whatever. Because that I will eventually get to it all eventually. um, actually, where did you see the repair speed? Have I missed something? Oh, you're talking about. Never mind. Duh. You're talking about that. Yeah. Duh. I was looking for the words, not the actual status effect. I'm dumb. I figured it out. We're good. We're good. Don't. I, we're good. I had a brain fart. Um, I generally don't leave comments, but I mean, like, Lulu the Lion, 14. I ain't even think, like, nah, I'm not gonna leave a comment. It's just gonna be a whole bunch of rude things. But yeah, how about killer needs to be reworked to include fairness and balance. The killer also undermines himself by making survivors stay on objectives. If you are a killer, you don't want survivors on objectives ever. I'd, son of a bee, recommend playing killer more to get a grasp on the style of play, and I want to say rewriting the entire concept. How about what's something nicer? Reworking this entire concept to meet that standard. Not bad. Killer needs to be reworked to include fairness and balance. The killer also undermines himself by making survivors stay on objectives. If you are the killer, you don't want survivors on objectives ever. I'd recommend playing killer more to get a grasp on the style of play and working this entire concept to meet the standard. As kind of a mask for saying this killer has no usability. It's basically everything I just went over. I think that seems what? Yes? I think that's a nice way to go over what I said. And if you can handle constructive and in this case harsher criticism, fix that for me. Feel free to look at my 11.9.21. This is against TOS, by the way. I don't care, though. I do not care. I don't think a moderator would pop into this and be like, oh, I'm just going to read through every comment and oh, there's a problem. I doubt that's going to happen. I'll take that risk. That was the final, or the judge and the survivor. Definitely can't recommend it as an alternative killer. I can't actually recommend it as any type of killer within the game as it sits now, because the killer is essentially helping survivors and forcing survivors to gin rush him. It would be fine to have, the unique ability of I'm going to force you to do gens, but then I'm going to have, perks and powers and everything built around making the gen take as long as possible and giving you as much heartache as possible while you're doing them. But in this case, it's just not implemented very well, and I'm just going to leave it at that. Very good concept on killer, and also for naming your killer the judge. He actually really doesn't do anything judge-like besides punish people for cooperating, or not cooperating enough, I should say. I mean, cooperation really isn't a judge's thing. If anything, I'd say it's more like a counselor. The counselor is what I would call him, as opposed to the judge. Or enacting punishment, you can call him the bailiff, or something along that way. Or the prison guard, or something that fits the bill more than the actual judge. That's just my suggestion. The Evil Within 2 DLC idea, I can already tell you that's going to be a no. Unfortunately, you're never going to see The Evil Within because of the licensing and things. Um, so these are just things through the game. These are literally just scenes from game. I feel like I'm gonna get copyrighted going after or going over all of this. It's just directly pulled and then added some flavor text. Alright, well, let's go over it anyway. Then after that, I'll just leave it at that. So, before I even go into this, and even within 2 DLC ideas, probably not gonna happen due to licensing issues and things like that. um, since it's gonna be its own standalone thing, it's not gonna be eligible for any type of alternative killer or anything like that. It's gonna have to be a standalone type thing, and it's also gonna cost money for it to come into fruition and for you to actually buy it. I own no rights to Evil Within 2. I'm gonna go ahead and preference that. This is all from Hindo. This is his creation. Only thing I'm doing is a review over it. I have no pull. I have no say over the game itself. Anything that I say is not indicative to the game. It's to the concept that this person has put down. I think I've covered myself. Yes. You'd love to see Evil Within and DBD. Check this out. Just for you, my friend. The Evil Within, third-person survival horror game, developed by Tango Gameworks, whose publishing rights are held by... Now do you see what I mean? Bethesda. Now, there is an entire mod that was called Skyrim Together, which was a mod that was free to use and everything like that. And they created an engine. They've also created Fallout Together and things like that. Bethesda threatened to sue both companies that tried to make things of their games due to the licensing issue and the reusal of assets and things like that. Bethesda has strongly spoken out that they don't want their content to be used by anybody else on multiple occasions. They're also bought out, which I think that happened last year, maybe the year before, I don't know, I'm getting old. Were bought out by Microsoft. So not only are you going to have to go through Bethesda to get their idea, you're going to have to also go through Microsoft to get from there. Microsoft has its own store and its own abilities to do everything, and making a contract deal with Microsoft is going to be extremely painful, especially if Dead by Daylight isn't even on their store to begin with. I don't think it is. It might be, but I don't think it is. I've always had it on Steam, so I've never searched Dead by Daylight on Microsoft. But there's the big wombo right there is Bethesda. They don't like people using their works for different things. Yeah, and that's why I said that that's never going to happen, unfortunately. It's going to cost them way too much money to get that done. But I'll still go over it, because, I mean, it's a decent concept. Uh, uh, he's the killer. We'll call him the artist. He uses a large jagged knife, as presented in picture above. Tearing radius, all of that's all the same, except for he's tall. Power, calamities, capture. Every moment you must capture. Can I stop this? If anybody's photosensitive or anything like that. If you want to check it out yourself, go to the Dead by Daylight forum, links in the description, and check out all the animations yourself. Alright. Every moment you must capture and every subject you will splatter. Start the trial with 6 cameras. Place the cameras down in a hidden or public location. And once a survivor enters the camera's radius, which is 10 meters, a flash will go off and encase the entire camera radius in a time box, slowing time down for 5 seconds, unless a survivor is hit, which will cancel the time warp. So what you're essentially saying is you have 6 cameras and there are 7 generators, so you're going to be placing a camera essentially on every generator. And there's probably going to be an add-on that gives you more cameras, so you're going to essentially be putting cameras on every generator. And as soon as the survivor comes to the generator, the camera's going to snap, slowing them down for 5 seconds and possibly even alerting the killer to where they are. So that's how that's going to end up happening. Or somebody's going to get a survivor into the basement and immediately place a camera at the top of the stairs. So if they do escape, everybody's going to be stuck in a time bubble for 5 seconds, allowing the killer to come in and re-down. Could be placed around hooks. Anybody that tries to go for a hook save is going to be slowed down, letting the killer come in and essentially get a free hit, free grab if they're stuck in animation, or a free down. Gotta be careful on the powers that you submit and how they can be used. I personally are going to use them in the most effective way possible, and that's going to be to slow survivors down. You can even put them in loops. 6 cameras, you can completely stop loops from being used. Anytime a survivor jumps through, the camera is going to snap them and immediately keep them from moving. Very careful on that. The only way I would say that this has any type of usability that can be balanced is 1, putting a cooldown on camera flashes. 2, making it like Pinhead's chains and make it to where you have to control the camera before you snap the image. 3, as you're charging up the camera's flash, like the old school ones, where you have to hold the flash button for it to charge, and then click the camera or the shutter. You're going to have to let the survivors know that a picture of them is about to be taken. That's the only way to balance that, so survivors know, hey, I need to get away from this area before this camera goes off. That's the only way to, really balance that. Special ability, artistic flash. An artist never reveals how it is how an artist never reveals how it is they always get to those perfect angles. An artist never reveals how they always get those perfect angles. Holy. Teleport up to 15 meters. Then you may teleport 2 more times. So your nurse, if need be, but the meters traveled are reduced to 10 meters, which you will then be slowed to walking pace for 3 seconds with fatigue, waiting for charges to be finished before using again. Actually, no. Because you can go a total of 35 meters with this teleport ability before you get fatigued. Nurse can go like what, 23 meters? Something like that. I think it's like somewhere around 23 meters before she's fully fatigued. So, this is Nurse. That can't be used, especially if this is, you know, I don't really know what to tell you, brother. You literally just mentioned Nurse's teleports. If this was more of an alternative killer geared towards her, I mean, this would still have to be changed. Because you're just taking the Nurse's concept and adding things to him. You would have to change it, but it's not. You're taking from the evil within, which is going to cause problems. Um, yeah, we can still dream. Heck yeah, brother. So yeah, artistic flash is gonna have to be reworked or removed. Oh, it's gonna have to be changed to do something else. Oh, I gotta mention perk wise. Faulted. As soon as the final generator is active, our killer has left a creative surprise on the exit gates to increase your fear. Survivors now gain difficult skill checks as they head to unlock the gates. If they fail a skill check, the gate will lose additional progress of 6% per missed skill check. Hmm. Interesting. I like the concept of skill checks and all of that added to the exit gate. However, the balance of the difficulty is going to be determined. Because, I mean, if you're running like me and you run the Thrill of the Hunt, having difficult skill checks, which I mean, difficult really ain't that big, but somebody not knowing that I'm not running this perk, I'm gonna at least get one skill check through them, and that's a 6% decrease on missed skill checks. At least once. But I'm also like, how many skill checks are you actually gonna get on the amount of time it takes to get the exit gate unlocked? It doesn't take that particularly long. I mean, it is long, but it's not like generator long. And I've had little as, like two skill checks on a generator before, and that's throughout the entire 80 seconds. So, how do you balance that? I like the concept of it. We'll see if it did well, if somebody ever implements something like that where you get skill checks on pulling an exit switch down. We'll see. Also, on a side note, what I think would be interesting is if the exit gate switch hooks are the switches that you pull for some killer, similar to this, but the exit switch hooks are hidden, and at the end of the game, their location's revealed only to survivors. They spawn in a random location that survivors can see, and they have to go, open the box, get the switch hooks, and essentially reinstall and open the exit gates. Same amount of time to exit and all of that, but then, that incorporates some sort of technicality to use the skill check system. Just something just weird like that, I don't know. And if you are the last survivor in trial and they only open one exit door, you can use the other access switch hook to open up the hatch or something like that. Like old time, without using the key, you can just, if it's been closed, that is, you can reopen hatch with it. So that'll be the fallback. They have to go and locate something to open up the exit gates. The fallback is they can use that to open up the hatch if they're the last survivor and you've closed it already to escape. It's not a good balance, but you know, you have to work around that concept to get a better balance. Just an example. Um, Second perk, Haywire. For any missed skill check, healing, sabotage, or repair, the entity will regress the most progress generator by 20%. You don't get skill check sabotaging, do you? If I have, I haven't really noticed. I guess you do if he mentioned it, so I said, oh. I'm either running the perk, which gets it done in 2.5 seconds, or an extremely fast toolbox with add-ons. So maybe it just goes so fast that I don't get them. Missing a healing check or skill check should not reduce generator. That's weird. Missing a sabotage skill check, if that exists, shouldn't regress a generator. Missing a repair already regresses the generator, and by 20%, that's ridiculous. That's a fifth of a generator progress, so you're looking at, I don't know, 17 something, 17, like 17.5 or something like that. And nah, it's more than that. It's 20 seconds is a fourth. And we're looking for a fifth. And I don't want to do any type of complicated math. So I'm going to say just a little less than 20 seconds per miss skill check. That is insane. Thrill of the Hunt and that, in a low level lobby, they'll never be able to finish gens. They can't finish gens now. So 20% is way too big of a thing. Maybe 5%, maybe? It'd be alright as the upper. But I mean, there are other perks and things like that that it steps on, only being geared towards generators. If you're healing, losing heal progress isn't that bad. Losing 20% of that. If you're self-caring, it takes 32 seconds. A fifth of 32 will be a little over 6 seconds. So if you're self-caring, you miss. You lost 6 seconds of progress out of the 32. It's not that bad. If you're doing anything else, it's 16 seconds. And losing a fifth of that is a little less than 4 well, yeah. It's more than 3 and less than 4 seconds. So in between 3 and 4 seconds. That's not that bad. Sabotage is so quick. You would have to either change it to you just get a skill check during the sabotage, and if you hit it, it sabotages immediately. Or if you miss it, you have to redo it. Possibly putting in something like that, I don't know. Or just completely removing it, because sabotages are very quick. And repair, you're going to have to reduce the repair of that way, way, way down. Way down. Because even at 10%, let's say 10% is the upper limits, survivors are going to lose 8 seconds every time they blow a gen. And like I said, running Thrill of the Hunt, and even double downing by running, not Overwhelming Presence. What's the other one? Whichever one allows survivors to get more and harder skill checks. You could just stand by a generator that's almost complete, and they would literally just get skill check after skill check after skill check and keep failing, and you end up losing more progress than they're getting. Um, I think that's about all I'd say about that. We all dream of ice cream. Calamity. If a healthy survivor blinds or stuns the killer, they will be placed into a wounded state. What? Blinds or stuns. If you flashlight blind them or you stun them with a pallet, you get put into the wounded state. If a wounded survivor blinds or stuns the killer, they will be placed into the mending state. Okay. When they were first talking at the beginning, now I'm completely sure. Whoever made this concept doesn't play Dead by Daylight often, or they're new to the community. I got the feeling from it at the start. Now I am 100% sure. The wounded state is the same as the deep wounded state. It's what they're talking about, where the yellow bar pops up and decreases, and you have to mend yourself or you'll bleed out and fall over into the dying state. I had a feeling this person was new, and that's why they were trying to incorporate something like this from how things are being wrote. But now I'm sure that they're fairly new to the game. And the affected survivor will also suffer from the exhausted status effect. I mean, for more obvious reasons, this part cannot be included because, well, Lightborn. And hurting a survivor for just playing their game and actually doing something that's, in the game to be helpful towards them, it's just not ethical. They can't pallet stun you, or they feel effects of it. They can't flashlight blind you, or they feel the effects of it. That's going to become one of the meta perks, and what you're going to have is you're going to get into a chase with the survivor. They're going to sit behind the pallet. You're going to just jump into the pallet to give them that wounded status effect. When they're in the deep wound status effect, they are still prone to dying. So you can either chase them around or you can just walk over to them and then slap them. It's up to you. Or you can pull a legion and after they stun you, just walk off into the distance and force them to stop and mend themselves if you're short on time. So you're basically throwing yourself into pallets and letting them blind you and things like that, like intentionally getting yourself into a bad situation to get benefit from it. Weird. Survivor-wise, persistence. Seeing your colleagues in trouble motivates you to do your best. When another survivor is hooked or in a dying state, you gain desperate measures plus will make it, I think is what it's called, until the survivor is either rescued or dies. You're taking two perks, you're shoving them together. It's probably the two perks you run as a survivor. You're shoving them both together. That's going to have to be removed or redone and replaced with another perk. Finders Keepers only becomes active upon starting a match, not pre-game. Huh? Allows a survivor to use, carry, switch, and possibly escape with 2 items. Item consumption is decreased by 15%. So you just want to give survivors a second item that they can carry. But it has to be found from a chest inside of the game. If I'm understanding that correctly. Okay, well, just say at the start of the match, it allows survivor to carry a second item when item consumption's decreased by 15%. One, if anything, to balance this, item consumption needs to be increased by 15%, as you can essentially run double med kits, and actually, item consumption needs to be increased by like. I guess it's depending upon what you find. It should be tiered per item. Because if you get a purple item, you should lose about 25% of that. But if you get like a crappy brown item, 15% is completely fine. So that should be tiered towards item, or you're going to have to do a lot of balancing to get a thing. But you should definitely get your item consumption increased. You should use your items faster because you have two, not vice versa. This allows you to run a key and run a toolbox if you find one in game, or medkit, or whatever you find in game. That's absurd. Making their consumption decrease, then you can add in build the last on top of that and continue to just keep charging items over and over and over and over. Like, definitely increase item consumption up. And then even put a clause that this doesn't work with build the last, or if it does, item consumption is increased by even more. That's crazy. You could essentially grab a high level toolbox, have a survive with friends person bring a high level toolbox, and then run double high level toolboxes and just knock gems out. Use build the last, go back in with a 100 or 99% charge, run it through again, jump into it, get the 66% charge, jump back in, get the 33% charge. Since it's two items, you're essentially getting 200% charges, 132% charge, and then a 66% charge. That's crazy. Maps, not worried about. That's taken from the game. And all of this came from an Evil Within replay. Apparently, this was edited August 17th, and it was brought back to light because this person commented. So if somebody comments on it, it brings the post back up to the top. That's why. Gotcha. Likes the concepts, likes the map, loves the killer, loves the perks. But on the survivor side, perseverance may be a bit OP. If you just gotta hide in the tear radius, maybe increase heal time. But other than that, I really like this chapter idea. Hopefully the devs can work out such a licensing. It'd be awesome to see. Overall, great job. I mean, I guess somebody who has very little posts and don't go around reviewing most things that they see, this is an honest opinion. The only thing you can pull from this, though, unfortunately, is perseverance might be a bit too OP if you just gotta hide in their tear radius. Perseverance. While standing within, did I miss one? I did miss the last one. When standing within 20 meters of the killer and not in a chase, you will then heal over the course of 15 seconds. I completely missed an entire perk. Is it just standing, or is it just about standing still? Because if that's the case, you can literally just jump into a locker and get the same thing or the same status as like inner strength or something like this just by being near the killer. Also, I want to know if it has to be 15 consecutive seconds or does the gauge just add up over time? Because if it's adding up over time, while in chase, you can easily get 15 seconds in another heal state back over and over and over and over just by dropping pallets and vaulting windows and things like that. You can easily get that 10 or 15-second wait because, I can do it with syringes. Just generally takes 15 seconds to get yourself another hit. And if you're losing your loop sufficiently and things like that, you could potentially, because there's no cooldown or anything like that, a heal state per loop. If you know where you can sit at and things like that, and you don't panic and move around a lot. Running that and dead hard works very well too, and that, like, Soul Guard or Metal of Man, if you can get those activations, as well as, a way to get yourself up, or at least heal faster. Things like that. This perk has it has a line that can be implemented in balance, but as it sits now, I probably would say no. It needs further definition. It also needs to be balanced so people can't just infinitely heal and loop a killer forever. But the only feedback that he really got is perseverance needs to be changed. I like the support, I like the positivity and all of that, but this isn't necessarily the way you want to get it. Is one, it just seems more like a backhanded compliment or a two-faced compliment. You say that you like the concept of this, you really like the map, you like the power, you like the killer power, you like the perks and all of that, you're doing great, your boss comes, you're doing great, I love what you're doing, you come in every day, you got perfect attendance, however, you need to get your efficiency up type of situation. They can be very offensive to some people, and you gotta watch how you do things like that. If you want to compliment them, you're more apt to compliment them after giving them the knowledge that they need to take, Let them know that, perseverance might be a little bit too OP, because all you have to do is hide in the tear radius, give them all the, respectfully, give them nerfs and changes and feedbacks and things like that, then assure them with, something positive, as opposed to saying, well, I like everything except for this. Say, I think this needs to be changed, but also on the same note, I like how another perk is implemented, right? Or you're like this or this, and, go into detail about giving them, something positive that they can look for, but also that's something useful. Like, you think this perk is perfectly balanced and doesn't need to be changed, but this perk also does. You're providing positive feedback and also constructive criticism at the same time, as opposed to just buttering them up and saying, yeah, you did a good job, however, this perk sucks. Then it's like, okay, you just made me read this entire thing, which I probably just skimmed through to see the important bits of. Said, okay, perseverance. You gotta hide in the tear radius, could be OP. Then you go back up and do work. It was what, hour and a half, 2 hours, hour and a half. Time, baby. uh, yeah, it completely nerfed Lightborn with that perk. Very good combo. Would be pretty neat if you couldn't heal in a tear radius and the heal would take longer. I can agree with that. Unable to heal in tear radius. That would prevent a lot of plays from taking effect. Also, those in-game heals where people are standing at the exit door. It'd completely get rid of that. Yeah, self-care takes 32 seconds. So let's say it should take even 2 minutes when you're not in the killer's tear radius. 2 minutes for a self-care? Oh God. 2 minutes to self-care? You're hurting my feelings, man. You're hurting my feelings. Granted, I don't use self-care anymore because they have the, I want to say inner healing, but I think it's called inner strength. Or is it inner strength, inner healing? I don't know. And then renewal and everything else now that kind of trumps self-care. And the boon totems and all of that. It's sad that self-care got taken over. Oh, just the perk. Oh yeah, yeah. But man, you're kind of a savage, ain't you? 2 minutes to self-care. Oh, I mean that is true. If you can move around and do whatever. If it's in tier, how about I meet you halfway and say a minute? Because if you're being chased by the killer, or the killer is in the vicinity, and you are injured, and you manage to go a minute without finding them, and they manage to avoid you for a minute or keep you, oh, okay. You're talking about the perk, yeah, alright. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, just switch gears. Forgot there's a 30-second delay. But yeah, instead of the 2 minutes about that perk, about 1 minute healing time where you just have to stay in their tier radius. Because if you're training them or looping them, if you loop them for a minute without getting whopped, I think you deserve a heal state. I think there should be a cooldown on it to where you can't just keep abusing it though. But yeah, ask away. Ask away, friend. I'm actually behind schedule on these. I need to do Web of Shadows, the improvements, go back through these because they have new. I did the vampire, but I'll double check that. Also, somebody mentioned me while you ask. I made some perk ideas and even added some edits today. Can I ask if you would be interested to review in this week? I actually think I just went by one of your perk ideas that I just circled as a matter of fact. But yeah, I'm a little bit behind schedule, but I will definitely have to go back through and probably do a longer stream and try to pick everything back up. And hopefully people don't stop posting and I run out of content, because then I have to go into the past. That's scary. Alright, let's see what this reply says. Actually, I've played Killer a lot. Did you read the whole description or just the power? Friend, that's why I also said if you can handle more constructive or harsher criticism, Look up my 11/9/21 stream. I read everything essentially word for word and even had a discussion about it. At some point in the trial, there will be no more objectives, meaning every survivor will become punished, and that's where the judge is most powerful. He still isn't understanding the fact that as a killer, you are forcing survivors to essentially gin rush you. They are rewarded for gin rushing you. At the end of the trial, if you have 4 survivors alive, you have 3 or 4 survivors running around because you're forcing them to gin rush you. It doesn't matter how strong the punishments and everything else become, it's still going to be the 4v1 situation. Plus, with all the suggestions I made to the perks and the how some are unethical. So let's say 3 survivors did 3 gens in 60 seconds. That's not possible. That's what I'm talking about. He's new to the game. Gens take 80 seconds to do, and I'm trying to help this guy out without being rude to him, but he's not understanding. 3 survivors did 3 gens in 60 seconds. What are you talking about? One survivor will get punished, the one with the least cooperation. Again, cooperation is a term by Dead by Daylight, meaning survivors, 2 survivors are essentially doing the same thing. So if 3 survivors did 3 gens in 60 seconds, per terminology of Dead by Daylight, the 2 survivors that are on the one generator will get everything done. Or are you saying that all 3 survivors are now on one generator to try to get it down in 60 seconds? At that point, they're wasting so much time, it's not going to matter if one gets punished or not. You essentially have 3 survivors doing 1 gen. 60 seconds that went by could have been 60 seconds on 2 other generators besides this one. So you're already getting positive time back by them all jumping on one generator. However, you're not going to get that. You're not going to get the results that you're expecting to have. You're going to have different survivors on different generators from the start. And since your cooperative actions, or whatever you're going to say that you call a cooperative or cooperation is just working on the gen itself, they don't have to be on the same gen. Since they don't have to be on the same gen, that's going to be 3 gens that popped in 80 seconds. One survivor's going to be punished by not doing a gen, aka he's going to be the one in chase, which I explained earlier about gen rush. Those 3 are going to pop 3 gens in 80 seconds. The guy that's being chased is going to be immediately punished. So he's going to go down, boom, and if he goes down before or after the gens pop, everything's going to be reset, and it's not even going to matter to this particular situation. If he goes down before, everybody's whatchamacallit's going to be reset actually still, and the people on the generator are still going to have progress. So when he gets knocked down and hooked again, their progress meter is going to continue to go up while his is going to stay neutral. So even afterwards, if they finish up the gen and then go and set or their gens, and one goes and save that survivor, the person that got unhooked still going to be behind, and 60 seconds later is actually going to get punished again. So it's actually just a spiral, now that I think about it, for one survivor that keeps getting punished and punished and punished, because they're going to be getting chased, then they're going to be on the hook for X amount of time, etc., etc., etc. So in essence, once you go down, you're going to be the punished target. It's not going to be anybody else. So in that case, that person might as well just continue just looping killer and taking downs or looping and things like that till they get to their second hook phase. By that time, if the killer is just tunneling them, as long as they get that heal state done and they get back up, they can take killer, they can run him, get punished again, while the other three work on more generators. Generators all pop, exit gates are lit. That person probably has two hooks, but they're the only ones that got hooked twice. So I mean, just by regular gameplay, that neutralizes the killer's power even more. Just like I said, if you're a killer, you don't want survivors doing generators. That was my main point here. Is one, the cooperative or the cooperation doesn't make sense because the terminology interferes with Dead by Daylight's terminology. Two, you don't want the killer to force survivors to do generators. If anything, you want to punish survivors for doing generators, so the survivor who has the most time on it gets punished. Or if everybody jumps on a generator at once, you can punish them all and give them a negative for doing something that's, like gen rushing. If you get survivors on their feet, they will get no cooperation. They will all become punished. It doesn't just work towards the end of the trial. What killer do you know besides Legion that's good at running back and forth from survivor to survivor to survivor to survivor? If you think that your killer running at base speed and everything else is going to be able to interfere with all four survivors, you are actually crazy. But the tip of the iceberg and the ultimate insult to me is what you said clearly was a quick assumption of this power, and you gave little to no thought about how good this could actually be. How dare you? You didn't even check out my stream. I was being respectful and nice to you. How dare you say I didn't give this any thought? If you checked out my stream and then you came into my comments section and you came through and posted in my comments section that I didn't give you enough thought, even though I just spent essentially an hour and a half on your particular thing reviewing it, okay, we could have a conversation about it. But you literally just came through and just basically kicked me in my junk, and I spent an hour and a half. I spent an hour and a half doing this little bit of text from here to here to here to here. That little bit of text that wasn't full of detail like the things I regularly review. And you're gonna insult me saying I didn't spend enough time and I just gave a very brisk assessment of it. How dare you? And I am gonna say something about that. How dare you assume that I gave your concept no thought? I spent an hour and a half going over it on stream that is live as of now, 2:47 p.m. Eastern Time. I even said, come to my stream for a more detailed explanation. The thing that gets me Please leave your thoughts. I left my thought. Said, if you can't, I say if you don't want to seriously consider people's feedback, then don't ask for people's thoughts. Please leave your thoughts. Ho 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 ho. I'm gonna still try to keep it nice, and I invite you. Woo. Is this the judge? Yes, this is the judge. Oh my lord, I have never experienced somebody who gave me that much backlash for giving them what they asked for. And I was nice about what I said. I had to think about what I was gonna say and then go back in and edit it to seem, not as mean. And for him to backlash me like that. Oh, do you mind? Actually, can I can't do that anyway. I have to grab the link myself. That's actually a good idea. I am gonna send him the link to the video. I just can't believe nobody. He is the first person that I've ever said anything to and asked, and even included. I'm streaming your concept right now, if you have any, issues or problems or anything. Do you like mind? That. Actually, can I? Or if you want a detailed analysis, come to my stream. It's all there for you. And they've been like, no, this is just your first assert. Like, no. Let me just... This is against terms of service, by the way. Click on my own link. Click on that. Cool. While I'm here, I might as well edit this video. And no, I'm going to leave it the same because I don't want to change anything in the video to... Oh, boy. Like... I don't blame him for being defensive about the concept. Because he's misunderstanding what I'm trying to say. He hasn't played the game for a long time. One, if he actually did, the first thing you hear from people when you say maybe you ain't played the killer a lot is they throw their hours. Oh, I have 5,000 hours in this game. I think I know a thing or two about so and so and so and so. That's what you get from people that's played the game for a long time. He just stated that he's played killer a lot. And I'm like, if you have played killer a lot, sir, then why are you forcing survivors onto the objective? There's ruin, there's corrupt intervention that prevents survivors from even touching gens for the first 60 seconds. And other meta perks like that are made to keep survivors away from gens. You get your power from keeping survivors away from gens. Why would you force them to do gens? You're just going to get gen rushed every match. Survivors are going to be very annoyed because you are survivor concept first, by the way. This person, obviously, like I said earlier, plays survivor most of the time. This is survivor oriented. Even the killer's powers are survivor oriented, but I went over that earlier. I doubt that he even stays in the stream long enough, though, to actually get to the meat of the information when what I'm trying to tell him, because he's gonna get mad and his ego's gonna get hurt. It's like, stop talking, stop thinking about things, and then listen to what I said. Contemplate what I said, and if you think it's horse manure, throw the ideas out and continue along your way, and then send me a comment saying, I listened to what you said, and I don't think my concept needs to be changed. I do appreciate your feedback. Send something that's respectable back, but don't insult me for just giving my first assessment of the situation when I just spent an hour and a half on your concept, dude. This is something that I've done daily now. Not for an extremely long amount of time, but this is something that I've done daily, and I've went through and pulled apart concepts. I have videos by themselves of good concepts. I have live streams of all the other things. I mean, like, come on, man, give me some credit, no? But I mean, scourge hooks in the basement, I went over those. The where once you go basement, you basically ain't getting back out. I went over this. I mean, barbecue and chili. If you hook the survivor across the map, you see the auras of everybody for 4 seconds that aren't near you. This also steps on barbecue and chili and makes it less useful. And barbecue and chili was one of the meta perks. I don't need to go over this again. I mean, it's just like, I'm gonna bounce. Whether he looks at it or not, I said my 2 cents. And once he realizes he was wrong, and that I spent an hour and a half, and it's not just my first base assessment, that I thoroughly went over this, it should all be fine. Still think it's a good concept. I think it just needs to be rewrote to be better included as a killer and not just something that punishes survivors. But I think I might just get on Dead by Daylight or something. I don't know. I'm going to try to do Web of Shadows. A lot of improvements for games. Go back to your survivor perk idea. Y'all know them. And then, if I have time, go back through these. I've already done this concept on a previous live stream, but if he's added or changed something, why not give it a second view? And then go back through all that. Wait, what? Oh, so it just duplicates the post. It doesn't move it back up. It just makes it relevant again. So anytime the title gets edited or anything like that, it just shoves it back to the top and duplicates the post. Interesting. I still have yet to look into the new killer and all of the perks and things like that. I tried to find something on the new killer, but everything's just fragmented data. I was hoping to have one just spreadsheet that I could go over. But thinking of perks, I do want to go over. I don't need that open. New DBD perks. because I have yet to go over the newer perks. And just like that, I just found the new killer. So I guess we're doing that now. Roger Dodger. Um, Very unique looking killer. Bum, 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 bum. The new Dead by Daylight perks for the new killer. The artists have been revealed. The release date for DBD Chapter 22 of A Murder Isn't Too Far Away. Interesting, because I just did a review over a previous concept that they wanted to name their killer the artist. That's funny. Is the public test beta out yet? I need to actually jump on that. I'll watch that. Yeah, I'll watch that in my own time. DBD artist perks. Grim Embrace. Each time a survivor is hooked for the first time, you gain a token. Upon reaching 4 tokens, Grim Embrace activates. The entity blocks all generators for 20 seconds. The obsession aura is revealed to you for 4 seconds. So 4 tokens. Once you get the 4 tokens, or 4 hooks, all generators are blocked for 20 seconds. And the aura is revealed to you for 4 seconds. I don't know how I feel about that. It's just kind of yeah, it's a perk type thing. It's balanced to where it doesn't get in the way of other perks that block gens and things like that. It's like just a 20-second breather, and then the obsession aura gets revealed to you. um, it's not a good perk and it's not a bad perk. It's just a nice additive or balanced perk. It might be its meh perk. After your 4th hook, all generators are blocked for 20 seconds. Cool, but I mean, Ghostface, every time you pick up a dying survivor, generators get blocked for 16 seconds. So, I mean, it's not good, but it's not bad. And then, like I always say, add some sort of passive afterwards that makes the perk worthwhile and gives you some sort of benefit. And that would be the obsession's aura is revealed to you for 4 seconds. So essentially, you're getting a barbecue and chili activation on the 4th hook. And it's blocking gens to where you get time to get to that obsession. So if they're across map, it gives you 20 seconds to get to the obsession and to start hunting the obsession those whole 20 seconds without you worrying about losing time. So I mean, it has benefits, but I mean, there's other perks that are still can be worked around it or worked with it to make it better and or worse. Somebody runs this on Spirit, that's going to be kind of terrifying. Or any type of stealth killer for that matter. Even though I know Spirit isn't a stealth killer, but you know what I mean. The same realm of that. Scourge Hook, Pain Resonance. I've heard Pain Resonance before. Is this the actual killer coming? It says. It is the killer. It says it is the killer that's coming out. Pain Resonance. I've heard that name before. Either in another killer that they already have, or this perk name is from another review that I've done, or something like that. Pain Resonance. I've heard this before. Do you have any idea? DBD original perks and killers often needs to be fixed, balanced, or changed, so it's not surprised that often fan-made content leave a lot of room for improvement. True. Absolutely true. There's also a new survivor. Now I get why they didn't want to name Trickster the artist. True. They had planned her already. Yep. So overwhelming presence, or overwhelming pain, reverberates outwards in chaos. At the start of a trial, 4 random hooks of scourge hooks. You'll see their words in white. Anytime a survivor is hooked on a scourge hook, the generator with the most progress explodes, instantly losing 9% progress, and will start to regress. Survivors repairing the generator will scream, revealing their location. That is actually disgusting. Every time that you hook a survivor, a gen's essentially getting almost like the zap effect. The generator with the most progress explodes instantly, losing 9% progress. So, behavior isn't necessarily ignoring the creation's form. They're actually taking ideas form to form and incorporating them into the game, which is actually cool to find out. Because I thought this sounded somewhat familiar. There actually is one in the past that actually had this idea that was similar to this. This is just a more balanced version. A lot of these I'm hearing before, they're similar. There's something that somebody else has produced. They're just not necessarily going in and saying, congratulations, we're using your idea. No. So they are looking at the creation's form, and they are pulling some ideas from it. So that's interesting to me. So people that are making creation ideas, keep in mind that, hey, your stuff might be incorporated into the actual game. This is actually cool. Every time you hook a survivor, the most progressed gen will basically lose 8 seconds. A little less, but basically 8 seconds. And if a survivor is repairing it, they'll scream, so you'll know exactly where the most progressed gen is. That's a very strong perk. I actually like that, because 3-gen situation and things like that, or if you have 2 people left, and one person's working on a gen to get it done and you hook it, you could essentially find where the other person is. It's not super powerful that it's impeding progress, but it's not super weak to where it's useless. Very well balanced. Now, it's going to have to be probably changed during P2B, but we'll see. Hex. Pentimento. You reveal the true power of totems. Hidden within their remains, you see the aura of destroyed totems. You can perform a ritual on a destroyed totem to resurrect it as a rekindled totem. Oh god, the more rekindled totems that exist, the greater their effects. Curse totems. I literally just went over this in somebody else's review that I did. They called it curse totems, and this was after this, of course. But they tried to use a curse totem. Well, I mean, it could have been before. I don't know when this was actually posted, as a matter of fact. 2 hours ago. So no, this was after this. Unless this is that person's website and I'm just going over their material again. If that's the case, refer back. But they called it curse totems in their original site. And, yeah, rekindled totems essentially crippled survivors. Now, alright. Dead by Daylight's coming to Epic's Game Store. I don't think this is new content, is it? I don't think this is, though. If it is, they have some explaining to do here. That is super, well, I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, they actually have a lot of explaining to do. Unless they change the amount of totems that can spawn in a match. Only 5 totems spawns in a match. So after you rekindle the last totem, they no longer can interact with totems. But the only way for them to get all 5 totems down, because only survivors can destroy totems. When they bless a totem, it doesn't destroy the totem. When the totem's snuffed, it doesn't destroy a totem. It used to in the beginning of PTB. When you snuffed a totem, it destroyed it. And it would be extremely strong with this kind of perk. Because anything that's broken or blessed by a survivor, you could basically convert. But doing things like this is odd. And really is unwarranted. If you reduce the survivor's repair speed by 20%, you are essentially adding... Well, I can't say you're essentially adding 16 seconds to gen repair, but it's going to take a significantly longer time to just complete any gen. Reducing survivors' healing speed really doesn't matter at all by the 20%. So most times you heal was either with a med kit or by another survivor or with a circle of healing. That's 20%. Just that 20% of 16 is a little bit more than, or a little bit less than 4 seconds. That don't matter at all. Recovery speed from being down, increasing it by 20% is straight up BS. Absolutely, positively, straight up BS. Survivor's exit gate opening, they already have perks for that. I mean, granted, getting 4 rekindled totems is going to be almost impossible, and you're going to have to go out of your way to get those. Oh, and rekindled totems can be rebroken by survivors, I guess is what I'm getting when a rekindled totem is removed. Which makes 5 basically impossible, because if they rekindle, they're probably going to rekindle lit and look like hex totems. Which, I mean, if there is any type of different effect, kind of needs to be defined. 5 is going to be pretty much impossible to get, unless everybody's messing around, things like that. 4 is going to be pretty much impossible to get. If you're lucky, you'll be able to get 3, because most people run, you know, Haunted Ground, Hex Undying, and Ruin. Generally, one of those gets popped, if not 2 of those, but most of the times you'll be left with 1 or 2 tokens by the end, or totems by the end of it. But yeah, five's basically out of the question if survivors can just re-break them, which I guess all totems are blocked by the entity kind of reinforces that fact. Four is awkward and probably will never happen, so I guess if you do achieve the feat making the opening speed increase by 20%, I guess you kind of deserve it. But this perk I'd recommend just rechanging to making it more beneficial since it's a hex. You're going off of hexes, I mean, like. And then it's a different type of hex, so they're kind of rewriting the way hexes exist. Because in general, if it's hex, then pentimento, one of the totems themselves will hold this hex, and if they get rid of that particular totem, everything else gets taken out of. Now they're basically saying you basically light totems and you rehex them. And a lot of people have been asking for this. I just want the ability to light my own hex totems wherever I want to and not have to worry about it. A lot of people have been asking for this. So this might have just been incorporated as a stopgap for the people that keep asking them. Boon totems, they survivors can light whatever totems they want. I want to be able to light totems. So maybe this is just a direct counter to boon totems. I don't see this being ran by a lot of killers in the future though, because it has to be performed on a destroyed totem. You can't just go to a totem and then light it. It has to be on a broken totem and then brought back to life, which is what makes this not that great. If I could run the totems and light them from the base, and each one that I manage to light affects a survivor, and then the killer themselves not have any type of special power besides that. Because I mean, I wouldn't be against, instead of make the killer power be the hexes. So have the killer do, you know, a basis thing, because nobody's going to play a killer without any power. But have the ability, I don't know, to locate totems, or if you hit a survivor with X amount of something, it sends out a sonar, and if there's any totems in the distance, something. I mean, give them something, you know, the snare that they see that the power is. They're like, oh, that's a pretty good power. But then have this as the secondary, you know, the bread and butter of it, to where you can actually just light totems. This way, if you spend the time to actually go and light totems, as opposed to chasing survivors, it's about the same as a regular game, if that makes any type of sense. So the 20% repair speed is that you're essentially taking off 16 seconds a generator. Well, going and rekindling or lighting each and every totem, finding them and lighting them, is essentially going to take that amount of time per totem, about 16 seconds, if not a little bit more. So you're getting that time back by, after finding the first totem, repair speed. Also, per this, I would have one totem always show up if you're going to make it to where you can just light them off the bat. Then afterwards, as you look and find more totems, you can keep increasing and increasing and increasing the effects on it. Once you have, you know, 4 totems, which, I mean, you're going to have to let the survivors know somehow how many totems are being completed, you can force survivors to go out and look for totems. And as they break them, you can just rekindle them and things like that. And it becomes, in effect, can we gen rush this person before they find all their totems? And then we're screwed and they're completely blocked and can't be accessed or activated with. Or do we fight the killer and try to extinguish and break as many totems as possible, as well as do generators, and, well, avoid getting slapped at the same time? Because I could see this interacting with Hex Undyne and some wacky things happening. And as some other people, I think it was actually you, Gallinum, have stated that it's better to add another objective that survivors can do as opposed to trying to change a core mechanic of the actual game itself. Let's see what you got to say, man. The devs are hearing us. Yes, yes, they actually are, and I think that is amazing. The devs are hearing us. The trickster should be called performer. I think the trickster should be called F-boy, because that's what he seemed like to me. Is one gigantic in the light model style F-boy, just a player, just doing people wrong left and right. But yeah, let's go performer. It's less OP than I thought it was. I learned that the rekindled totem will be permanently destroyed if cleansed. Oh, once the rekindled totem's gone, it's gone. Oh no. This perk's gonna be strong in solo queue, but worse on survive with friends. Definitely. Especially if they're gonna be permanently destroyed if deactivated a second time. Ah, that's an oofer. They're never gonna get 5. Anybody who runs into that killer, who knows what the killer's about, they're just gonna immediately run around, and if they see a rekindled totem, they're gonna hit it. Until then, they have no reason to go for it. They just, yep, they just undermined it. The entire usability of that perk. I don't think they should be permanently destroyed. Rune, Undying, yup. It's what I said. Thrilling the hunt is a cherry on top. Yup. Indeed. Seeing it looks terrifying. In actuality, not very. If this is their new killer, it's going to be unfortunate. Because it's going to be oh, it's a new killer, let me play it. And then as they play it, they're going to be like, this killer sucks. And they're going to be playing the killer basically for cosmetics. Unless this killer has a power. Oh, but where'd she go? Unless this killer has a power of some sort that I haven't read yet. Unless this is the power. I thought, no, because that's 1, 2, and 3. That's a perk. So unless this killer has an amazing bomb A power, just amazing, this killer is going to be thrown into the trash, and the Dead by Daylight community is going to be very upset. I'm glad that they're introducing another killer, and just come on, guys. As I think about the killer's strengths, if I hook 4 people, I get 20 seconds of block generators, and the obsession aura is revealed to me. The 20 seconds is enough time for you to get to the obsession and either get the first hit of a chase or get close enough to them to initiate the chase. So this perk is deactivated after it's used. After you get that obsession trigger, it's done. It never states that tokens are removed afterwards. So once it's used, it's done. It never flushes out. These, anytime that you hook a survivor, whoever's working on the highest progress generator will lose 9% progress, and they'll scream. It's not that strong. I mean, it gives you, once you hook somebody, another generator to target. if it's not, almost done, because they might just stick it and complete it anyway, but it'll give you somewhere to target, and it's stronger towards the end game if there's a 3 gen or something like that. And then this, well, I just went over, and if they can just destroy rekindled totems, like if they don't touch any totems at all, then, whoops. You can no longer use your perk, which means you have to run a hex totem. You have to run it. You have to run one. You have to get the survivors to destroy it. And the only thing that makes sense to run, if you're just going to run one hex totem and go from there, is haunted grounds. And that's if you're just running one. If you're running multiple, like we stated, having ruin and all the other ones going along with it, ruin, hex undying, haunted ground, and thrill of the hunt or something like that, just totem. Well, no, you can't run 4 because this is a hex. Well, yeah, that's a hex itself, so you can only run 3. You can run hex undying, ruin, and then either thrill of the hunt or haunted grounds. That would be your 3. And then this would be your 4th. Every time I go over this, I hate this more and more. If this was a power, this would be more acceptable. Like a secondary ability for a power, I would accept it more. But it taking my perk slot, I'm actually mad. Because you're losing your barbecue and chili, your discordance, all the other perks, or any of the perks that you particularly like. Like, I'd be losing Starstruck and my Ghostface perk that literally blocks generators for 16 seconds and things like that, and have to run strictly meta perks to make this even have any type of option of running. And once they destroy the meta perk, if I rekindle the totem, they're just going to go back to the same place that they just destroyed the totem at and get rid of it again. And it's going to be a lather, rinse, repeat. The person that destroys the totems, they're just going to have to do a patrol sometime in the future of the totem that they already previously destroyed and re-break it. So the more I go over this, the more I'm like, don't do this, just remove it. It's going to be bad PTB wise. This can't be released by behavior, right? Right? Oh, it is. Oh, okay. So the public best, or the public beta, pay, PTB, public test beta, is actually open right now. I might open Steam and download it if it isn't already downloaded. And if it doesn't take too terribly long, I might do another review and then hop on just to see what's up. Well, NOAD is a threat, so I would say these totems still could be destroyed. True. If you compare it to something like NOAD and things like that, they should still be able to be destroyed. I can agree with that. But it makes that perk just useless. You have to get all 5 lit without a survivor destroying any of them to get them all blocked. That's crazy. What was I doing? Oh, public test beta. And it is... Okay, crap game. Well, at 1.1 megabytes a second. Oh, wait, no, I still have... Uh, bum 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 bum. Whoops, just doxed myself. Oh well. Throttle downloads while streaming. Okay. Still going at 1.3. Safe to say that as long as I'm streaming, possibly might just be stuck there in general. There isn't going to be any type of PTB play today, which unfortunately might push back the amount of content I can push out, because now I'm going to have to put out PTB games and my thoughts on them. I don't see anywhere that there's a survivor. I'm having a hard time believing that this is the actual new killer that's coming out. I'm in denial right now. It seems so weak. Bum, 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 bum. Well, this says the Cenobite for a new killer. This says Michaela or Michaela. Teenage Witch. Teenage Witch. Why couldn't it be Sabrina the Teenage Witch? I don't know. Maybe new PTB survivor? 4 hours ago. I'm not gonna look at somebody's content to get what I need to do though. It's the same website. This is Resident Evil. That's the Hour of Witch. New killer leaks, things like that. I wish I never scrolled down that far. That's just a model leak. I'll tell you what, I'll withhold future opinions until I'm actually playing as the killer. And then we'll go from there. So as of now, I'm going to completely drop any type of conclusions that I've come about the killer, because I do have the ability to just go in as play as them. We're looking at, I mean, 52.5. I was like, oh, it's only 900 megabytes compressed, unloaded. It takes 52.5 gigabytes because it's essentially a whole nother game. And for those of you that don't know, the public test beta for Dead by Daylight is a completely new game. It's separate from the base game. So anything that you do in the public test beta does not carry over to the regular game. The public test beta is a copy of the original game server and survivor status. So you keep all your progress and all that on the main game. They just take a copy of it, make a whole nother game, and then you play it. At the end, that total public test server gets deactivated, so nobody else can access it, and then you get forcibly shot over to the original game. Even if you forgot to switch back over, it'll automatically re-download the regular game for you next time you log into Steam. So it's completely safe. Feel free to use all your items, screw around, do whatever you need to do, because whatever progress or things you do not carry over to the main game. If you own the game, it's free. I recommend that everybody play PTB, because what I generally run into is people complaining about how Things aren't that good. Things aren't that great. Why did they incorporate this? Well, if you go back to the Creations Dead by Daylight, or the main, I think we have crushed. If you go back to the main menu, there's actually a discussion about public test beta feedback archive. Well, no, that's the archives. Well, I mean, you can still use that, but no, that's not the one I'm looking for. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Somewhere in here. I don't remember off the top of my head. It might actually be in this. I don't know. In one of these categories, they ask for public test beta where you can go and submit bug reports, things that you like about it, things that you hate about it, and you can voice your opinion, which actually has some pull about what gets implemented into the game and whatnot. So those of you that complain about every single game or killer or survivor that comes out, keep in mind that you really don't have a say because you never went into the forums to state the issues that you have. So when you have, it's basically the same as voting. There you go. Bug reporting, anything you find bug reporting wise, you'll report here. Feedback. Feedback is where you'll go to report the PTB things. This is where you want to go. Rekindled totems, things like that. Anything that you want to make a forum about. PTB. Apparently the new killer is way too strong. And things like that. Which I guess I can check out later on. And anything that's this PTB related, you can make a forum. And if you get enough people, and replies and things, aka this and things like that, they do make changes. They don't just ignore what the community says, even though the memes and things are like that. After the PTB and everything's implemented, they ignore a lot of changes because you had your chance to say, this is unbalanced and needs to be changed. Just like, hey, it's all set in stone now, you should have came before. Like I said, it's like voting. If you don't vote, you don't have the right to say that you hate the new president. Because you had the option to vote against them. And a lot of people are like, well, I don't vote because I feel like my vote don't count. Well, it's not that your particular vote needs to count. It's that the group that you're in, their vote counts. If there's 30,000 people who don't vote every year because they feel the same way as you do, that's 30,000 votes that can be sent through. You know? When they say every vote counts, they literally mean every vote counts. If they could get the people that don't vote because, oh, it's just one vote, what does it matter? If they could get you to vote, and an entire group to vote, things would change. The scales would tip, opinions would actually be known, and when there's a definite, finite chosen leader, if 100% of people voted, then you could literally say that you chose the leader. It's your fault they're in power. If you do nothing and just accept things as they come through, then you can't complain. You didn't try to stop it, you didn't try to aid it, you did nothing. You're a drifter at that point. But I'm gonna get away from politics and religions and things like that, because that pisses people off. I'm gonna put small game in every build now. Oh, the totem location perk. That's smart. It actually gave small game such a boost. And I actually used to run small game. as one of my builds, as my healing build when I get tilted, because survivors don't ever want to pull me from hooks or heal me when I get pulled down at the beginning of seasons. I generally run the totem build perk, and then I run inner strength or healing or whatever it's called, just so I know I can locate a totem every time I get unhooked and be able to re-heal myself. That's part of the docket or the equipment that I use. Then I always run dead hard, and in the fourth perk slot is always something else that I feel like I'm missing or need in the situation. And once I get with more knowledgeable people who understand, where totems and things can be located at and things like that, I generally don't have to run those perks, and I eventually phase them out and go to my regular build, which has, deception in it and dead hard and things like that. Very interesting, though, how small game became maybe I should use it just in case they have no ad. Oh man, anytime I am in a match, I'm running small game now. So I've always had a fourth perk slot that I've just rotated upon what I need. Maybe small game might end up being that fourth perk slot. I love it. How one implementation of something can completely turn up how other perks and how the game's actually played. Get Pyramid Head also. Don't, please don't buff other killers. Please don't even talk about buffing other killers. You're just gonna get the pig nerfed again. My poor pig wife. She can't handle it. Yeah, this will be done. Why does it say a minute? There you go. 20 minutes sounds more like it. So this isn't going to be done, so I think I'm going to end things here today. Tomorrow, I was planning on going over more things. I might have to be more brief than usual so I can put some time into the public test beta. If you hit public test beta while it's fresh, you can find games and things like that fairly quickly. If you wait, which I'm already behind, like I guess 2 days now, it's going to take very long to find a killer match, because everybody's trying to try out the new killer. So hopefully we'll get a good stream tomorrow, and I'll be able to play killer a couple of times, and if there's a new survivor, well, you said there was, throw out the new survivor a couple of times and see what they're all about. For quite a time I play with Deception, Head On, Film Flop, and Power Struggle. Deception and Head On is disgusting. And I used to run Power Struggle as one of the perks of my fourth that I used to toss up too. I love the Deception and Head On. The funny thing about it is I don't know if you ever tried this. If you use your Deception in front of the killer and show that you have it, the next time you use that Deception, they generally ignore it and keep going. So what I do when I'm running Deception and Head On, holy, is I'll run by a locker as I'm being chased. The first time I'll use Deception as by design to make them open up the locker fast, or, open up the locker to get away. If the killer finds me again, I typically do the same thing, but this time I let them know that I have Deception. Then the third time, I use the Deception, and they're like, alright, he's gonna use Deception again, and I actually jump in the locker right afterwards. They run by, and I either get the Head On, or I just wait for them to keep going back, and they'll run out, and they'll look around, and if they do come back, they get the Head On rush. I love doing that. Yeah, you do it too? Heck yeah. It's so good. It feels so good. It's toxic. Can be considered toxic. I think it's a tactic. But it can get you face camped. And I have been face camped for it, but it's always worth it. Um, I've been half stalling, half going over other things because I was hoping that either that other guy would respawn back or oh wait, nope, he did. I just didn't notice it. So I was waiting on a response, but I never noticed it. Boy, LMFAO, you edited your comment. You didn't tell me to look at your stream in your original comment. Edited 251. Bro, just because it says edited here doesn't mean I didn't edit to say. Brother. I indeed told you to look at my stream and the initial comment. The edit was to give you my stream link, which he could just be holding me up to get an admin in and try to get me taken off of this. Who knows? If you want proof, it's also in the stream that I told you to go look at originally. Spelled that wrong. Oh boy. I don't think it's particularly wise to argue about something that has been recorded already. I cannot spell. Whew. But I can also see that you have no intentions of checking out the stream for any type of detailed or constructive criticism. So I ask that you kindly remove the please leave suggestions from your original post. How do I manage to keep misspelling that? And preface this. Preface. I did misspell that. Excuse me. Oh boy. I told you to look at my stream in the initial comment. The idea was to give you my stream link. Yeah, give you my streams direct link. So he can't just run that back again. If you want proof, it's also in the stream that I told you to go look at originally. I don't think it's particularly wise to argue about something that has already been recorded already. You can also see that you have no intentions of checking out the stream for any type of detailed or constructive criticism. So I ask that you kindly remove the please leave suggestions. Let me make sure it's correct what he said. Please leave your thoughts. I controlled seed and I just blew up everything. Please leave your thoughts. Anytime that you copy something from another source and it has any type of spelling mistake or anything like that in it, or any type of derogatory or anything that's not correct that you don't want to have to deal with, always put in brackets the word sick. That sick means that the author or whoever's writing the comment is free from that particular thing that's in the quotations marks or the statement or quote. They're free from the mistakes or anything like that that's in that quote. So if it was like, I don't know, I hate dogs, and somebody and you put sick, and somebody said, oh, well, you hate dogs, I hate you. You could be like, the sick, if you look that up, means that's not my direct opinion. It's not associated to me. I quoted something, and that's what they said, word for word, spelling for spelling. And preface this with please remove the please leave your thoughts with sick from your original post and preface it with that this, I'm not going to tell them exactly what to write, that it is a finished concept. So right now, I'm not going out using derogatories, calling them an idiot, or, saying any types of swear words. I am, however, trying to push his buttons by basically stating, one, it's bad to argue with absolute proof, which is the stream. So that completely knocks his statement originally out of the sky. I then prefaced it with, or I then included afterwards, that if he can't handle any type of constructive criticism, he needs to remove the leave your thoughts, aka please leave your feedback, from his post, and put that it's the finished concept and it was posted here for everybody to enjoy, aka this is my finished killer design. Because if you ask for feedback and people give you feedback and you can't handle the feedback, then don't ask for the feedback. I put in this last piece of it's a finished concept put for everybody there for enjoyment, to kind of take a small jab at him, to say, hey, if there's nothing that should be added to it, then it's a complete concept. If you can't handle constructive criticism and you're not going to change what you're doing, then it's your complete concept. And apparently he was waiting on this, baby. Oh my, an immediate reply. Just watched your video. The reason why it's 1 hour and a half is because you talk incredibly slow and babble on about random stuff. You are clearly in the survivor main. Actually, I play killer and survivor equally. Which, if you watched any of my videos, I generally do a Ghostface run. If it's bad, I'll do 2 Ghostface runs, and then I'll do a survivor run or 2. If you paid attention, my Naya is level 3 prestige and is almost a level 50, as my Ghostface is still in the 1st prestige. I don't run add-ons or anything on them. So for one, you obviously don't know what you're talking about. And this is just my PC build. I've played Dead by Daylight since it came out, son. I'm not a survivor main. I play both equally. Every day, I play both. You think evidence is OP? Actually, is he even here? Why not post what you gotta say in the chat so I can immediately answer you? Why make me go back and type all this? Like, what? Why not post your comment in chat? Why are you asking, like, why are you posting your questions here when you could get a direct answer from me in my chat? Also, it's an hour and a half worth of content, and I posted things about my stream not too long ago. 249. Because I doubt around 2 he said anything. Because he immediately replied back all of this. And then I replied back something right on top of that, then immediately came back in and edited to add this in. So, a little bit more time than that, because that's when the edit, well, no, it shows you 249, edited at 251. So, I mean, sorry to tell you, bucko, but an hour and a half ain't passed, and I ended my, I think your segment at like, what, an hour 35 or something like that, I don't remember. So you obviously scanned through and just skipped from part to part to part to part instead of listening and taking in the information that was given to you. But you know what? I don't need to further this conversation in this form. I'm just going to say, why are you posting questions here when you get a direct answer from me in my chat? Simple as that. Why are you asking me all of this when you could have sent it in my chat? I would have seen it. I could have went back to your concept. Well, I guess I'm already in your concept. Immediately scrolled up and explained what I was talking about then. Why would you come back to the forum and then make me write an entire thing? You are clearly a survivor main. Again, that is the second ignorant statement that you've made about me that you could easily find out if you just watch content or asked anything about me. You were there. If you were in my stream, you had all of this time while you were going over things, because I am still alive, to ask me any types of questions. Why keep making these ignorant statements towards me when I'm right here? Why not ask me directly instead of going around my back in a forum and start talking crap? Why? Why are you like this? You think evidence is OP. If you read chat, I even have another person here who's been saying the same things. There's some things we haven't agreed with, but for the most part, we've been saying the same things. Because that you're way too overprotective about your perk ideas. Yes. Even as he's mentioned earlier, the developers' ideas have to be fixed, which is the whole purpose of the public test beta. Everybody that has ideas for this game, you have to go back through and fix and edit and rebalance. So you shouldn't be surprised that your work needs to be balanced or rebalanced. It was like, I don't understand how you can pitch a concept and expect it to be 100% from the start. Even when I pitch concepts, I've been clearly told that, yeah, your concept is trash because this, that, and that. And you know what? I thank them, and I go back, and I review, and I rebalance, and do what I need to do. I can help you if you let me, but if you don't want me to, then, it is what it is. Somebody will come into this forum, and they'll say that they really won't even look at the concept. They'll skim it to see what the perks and the killers are and things like that, and they'll say, you did an amazing job. Everything is perfect. Nothing needs to be changed. Keep up the good work. All this other things. They won't give you any type of feedback, and they'll just leave you hanging with just good words. That's how you know they're not genuine. As I've said before, I've done quite a bit of reviews. I'm clearly a survivor main because I think evidence is OP. So let's start to pull this apart. When kicking a generator, the last survivor that touched it will reveal their aura for 5 seconds. This can be OP. If you ever played Survivor, have you ever been at the beginning of a match, working on a generator, and then the killer starts walking towards you, to where you're either going to initiate chase or you're going to leave early and try to escape? One, I never said that it's overpowered. I'm saying that the amount of time, the 5 seconds, needs to be changed. That makes it kind of unethical for a survivor to actually get away. If you're working on a generator at the beginning of the match and you hear the killer's tear radius and you elect to walk away and hide behind a tree behind the building or something like that, or hide in the general area like most survivors do, and your killer comes over and kicks the generator, for 5 seconds I'm going to be shown. So the killer's going to then turn, see where I'm sitting at, immediately come around the corner, and then slap me. That's already one hit down at the beginning of the match. Not only was I the one that was unfortunate enough for that, at the beginning of the match I already have one hit against me. Now, after getting hit and all of that, the killer is going to know which direction I run in and things like that. It's going to initiate the chase. He's already got a hit up on me. So even if you stick the generator and you get a hit, it don't matter. You might as well sit there, get as much time as you can, and just take the hit. That's the issue that you're running into. Any survivor that elects to hide near the generator is getting targeted. Or, if there's a survivor that's injured and elects to go to a generator, or all the survivors don't have any type of healing perks or anything like that, you no longer have to look for survivors. You can walk around aimlessly, not paying attention to anything in front of you. The only thing you need to do is go to a generator and kick it, and then immediately go to that person that has that 5 seconds of aura revealed on them. Then I even pointed out on top of that barbecue and chili, when you hook somebody, which is the activation for a perk like this, everybody that's not near you gets their auras revealed for 4 seconds. which gives you time to get over to the general area that they are to hunt them down. The way your perk is set up, there's no activation, no anything. As soon as you kick that generator for 5 seconds, the last survivor who was working on the generator, or if it's two survivors, I guess it's just going to pick a random one if they let go at the same time. It's rare, but sometimes it happens. That's for the game to decide. The last person that touched that's going to have their aura revealed every time. Now, if I elect to hide in a locker, and you're coming by and you kick the generator, and you see no auras, you immediately know that I'm in that locker. And you're just going to pick the locker, pick me out of it, and take me to a hook. So not only can I not hide nearby in lockers, I can't hide anywhere nearby the actual generator, or you're just going to come and get me. So essentially, when you approach the generator, I have to take off running. And if I do take off running, I leave scratch marks. Which brings the problem of, there's catch-22. In order to not be spotted by the killer who's approaching this generator, I have to not run. But in not running, I'm going to be spotted for 5 seconds, or revealed for 5 seconds, and they're going to find out where I am anyway. Or I can run from the start, and if they elect to even kick the generator, because I'm already running, they might just come after me directly. I'm revealing my location. You're not giving the survivor any way to stealthily get away from you. You're going to be in a chase every time you kick the generator. You're going to know the location of a survivor every single time you kick a generator. There's no cooldown added. There's no definition added to this particular evidence perk. It's unbalanced. If unbalanced means OP for you, then, open a dictionary or something. It is heavily unbalanced and it needs things added to it, or the actual thing itself needs to be reduced. If you don't think it's fair to know exactly where a survivor location is at all times, that's kind of messed up. And I would love to see you go up against your own killer. The fact that anytime you touch a generator, you can be revealed. And then I'll go back to the beginning argument that I made. Anytime you touch a generator, you'll be revealed. So you can't hide by the generator that you're touching. Unless you throw your survivor partner under the bus and you let go of the generator early and dip, which means you're probably running spine chill, which then in itself kind of makes you not a very high morale person. If you can't understand why evidence needs to be balanced and is way too unbalanced as it sits, then maybe pass the concept to another person or something else, or talk to another individual that's not me, I should say, and maybe they can help you balance this more accordingly. Oh, let's see. 3 hours in. What about the scourge hook sent down? What's wrong with that? It's a built-in make your choice. But for basement, and there is no distance needed. It only works 4 times. I know appeal sounds OP, but the game is survivor-sided and generators get repaired way too quick. The game is not survivor-sided. Are you a privileged killer? Because if you are, your entire killer that you have set up is stacked against you. Are you like an overconfident survivor and you think that killers need more help because you win most? I don't know where you're coming from. The game is not survivor sided. The game is not killer sided. Anything that's decided is based off the survivor and their perks and the killer and their perks and how you play the game. And the game has been balanced, balanced, rebalanced, balanced, and balanced again. Watch any of my past streams when I'm playing as Ghostface. Any of my past streams, any of the ones that I've done, skip to where I do my killer lobbies. Look at how many times I could have gotten 4 kills all done that I literally pick survivors back up and then let them move again and eventually let them escape. My very first game that I did as Ghostface, I took out 2 iridescent people, a gold guy, one rank 1 iridescent, one rank 2 iridescent, a gold, and then I let the ash guy go because he was definitely not part of that particular lobby. Very first game that I played of Ghostface, I had no idea what the controls are or any of that. I didn't even understand the particular point that if anybody looked your direction or anything like that, what those lines and all that meant that you were being looked at. I didn't know. I've never looked into Ghostface, I just played against him. I've always looked at Ghostface as a survivor and then wondered why he came and slapped me. I can do some doctor runs. Heck, I can pick any killer and I can get any type of victory because I know the perks to use with specific killers. And it just cracks me up that you think that the game is survivor sided. If you're having problems getting the 4 pieces with a killer, choose a different killer, choose a different set of perks, choose another build. Go online, look for best builds, and you might be able to get those W's. Or play the game for longer. I'll get back to that. We'll refresh. I didn't want to click on the profile, but I can take constructive criticism, but I'm not going to take useless feedback for someone who just tells me to completely change entire power without giving me feedback on how to do that. Plus, with how slow you talk, it's probably faster for me to give a reply via message. It's your killer, guy. I'm not your mother. I'm not your editor. I'm not your writer. I'm not going to tell you how to completely change the entire power and how to do that. It is your concept. This is not my concept. This is yours. This is not my baby. This is yours. If you can't raise your kid properly, then give the kid to somebody else. Let CPS take it or something like that, because that, or send it up for adoption. Give it to somebody who can take care and give your concept the best. What do you mean? Feedback is the only thing I am giving you. I'm telling you what needs to be balanced. I have given you some suggestions on some things on what they need to be done. And you're calling it useless feedback. But now, on the same note, you're telling me that I'm not giving you feedback on how to do that. I'm giving you feedback, but I'm not giving you the feedback that you're looking for. The only thing I'm giving you feedback on is the things that I seem wrong. Change some of the things that I've noticed that are wrong or keep them the same. At this point, I don't particularly care, but the concept how it sits as is, I can guarantee you personally that it will never see the light of day in any type of Dead by Daylight context. It will never make it into the base game. I can assure you that from start to finish. Your concept is flawed. You can't see that. Most people that create something or a concept cannot see that. I've done reviews and I've talked to lots of people that have called me a genius and they want to do collaborations and a whole bunch of other things with me. They come to me for advice and they send me messages and things like that, asking for me to review them. Not only Galenonum, but other people have asked me for collaborations and things like that. Useless feedback. You're the only person that I've talked to that has been so stuck up and unable to look away from their own concept and take any type of feedback. Everybody else says thank you. Go down just the list of all these random killers and the feedback that I've given them, and then look at the messages that they reply to me saying thank you and things like that. For the second time, how dare you? I talk slow, and I'm also thorough about what I do. I give the overview of the world. I'm not a meme talker. I don't just look at something and say, well, that's nice, but this needs to be nerfed. I give you detail. Like I said, I spend an hour and a half on your concept, and you can't even give me the respect of a thank you. I don't care if you agree with me and what I say and what I do. But there's no respect. You don't even need to be in this forum if you have no respect for other creators. Absolutely zero. You don't need to be here. Delete your stuff. Move on to another game or another somebody else's forum. Go to Reddit or something. You don't need to be here. I'm going to finish what I started. So, your concept of the Scourge Hook is making a built-in make your choice for the basement. And there is no distant needed. And your counterplay to that is it only works 4 times. Appeal. Excuse me. Where are we at? I know appeal sounds OP, but the game is survivor-sided and gens get repaired way too quick. Game is survivor-sided. Ignorant statement. I've played both sides of the equation. Like I say, I play both sides evenly. I die a lot as survivor. I die more as a survivor than I get more wins as killer, if you want me to be honest about it. Because you're relying on 3 other teammates to do what they need to do. Which in most cases don't happen. Especially because there's more new survivors and stuff coming into the mix. With the influxes of new people, survivors are getting dookied on. Generators take 80 seconds. You have corrupt intervention. That's a 60 second that the regenerators farthest from you are locked down. You have ruin. Anytime they stop touching generators, it decreases. Among other perks that you can use to corral gens. You've got discordance and things like that. You can see when multiple survivors are in different areas. Ghost phase. When you pick up a dying survivor, 16 seconds all gens are shut down for that aren't being worked on. Not only does that let you know if one is being worked on, where it's at, or if none are being worked on and they all close up for 16 seconds, that's 16 seconds times however many gens they have left of time saved. Your counter to appeal is being a make your choice but for basement. That's the problem that I'm trying to argue. It only works 4 times, wow, but think about the snowball effect. Stop arguing. Stop having all of these thoughts. I'm going to go over this again. Appeal activates when you achieve 6 hooks. Six hooks. Now let me bring this back to you. Each survivor gets 3 hooks. There's 4 survivors. So in total, there's a total of 12 hooks. So in order for you to get 6 hooks, unless you've actually taken out completely a survivor, 3 survivors are going to have 2 hooks. Or you're going to have 2 survivors with 2 hooks and the other 2 with hooks passing back and forth. Or anything along that. Now, well, no, that's not even the one I'm talking about. The Scourge hook. Appeals. Get out of here. Well, actually, let me go over appeal too, because you said something about it too. Once per trial, after achieving the right amount of hooks, the active ability to instantly regress a random fully repaired generator on the map. Let me start with appeal. Scourge is different. That's what I thought we were talking about. But no, you combined both of these into one sentence. So let's start here. Once a gen has been fully completed, you cannot do anything to that gen. I stated this multiple times throughout. That is the 100% thing that is becoming the problem. That's what's causing all of the issues. For them to regress a generator that is fully repaired, they would have to go in and change the core game mechanics. You don't understand how much programming and coding and all of that this is going to take. Then they're going to have to test it and try to fix all of the glitches and broken things that are going to come from that. Because you, for one perk, just for one perk, they're going to have to do months and months worth of testing and reprogramming and all that. For one perk. Because you decided a gen that's already been done and that's been ticked off the list should be able to be regressed again. What kind of sense does that make? Nowhere in Dead by Daylight has any other perk system or anything else tried to change a core game mechanic. This doesn't seem wrong to you. To regress a random fully repaired generator. It doesn't seem wrong to you. You're essentially adding in another generator that survivors have to do. Instead of it being 5 generators, you're making it 6 generators that they have to do now. 6 whole generators. There's only 4 survivors. They're going to have to do 2 more. That don't seem ridiculous to you? You're adding 80 more seconds onto the already volatile timer. So any killer... second thing. Apply your perks to different killers. Imagine that perk on a plague who gets a lot of hooks because everybody stays broken throughout the entire match. Who has that one-tap spray after somebody's broken that can damage you and take you down. Imagine a plague going wild, keeping everybody broken, and then when you think you're getting pressure back on the killer, can press a button and instantly start regressing a random generator. You don't state anywhere that there's any type of notification or anything towards other survivors. You don't state anywhere that the counter goes back up to show. Like, you don't state anywhere, any place, nowhere do you define that survivors ever know about this perk or anything like that. Which I always ask, further define it. If you don't like what I'm saying, maybe define it to where I can change my opinion on it. Everything that you put, I put down, or I talk as I read it, exactly how it's stated. Literally how it says. Survivors don't know what generator's regressing. Now they're going to have to run throughout the map, especially if they're 4 gens in and another one just starts randomly regressing. Now they have to check every single gin to find the one that's regressing. If they're in a 3 gin type of situation and they're all running around trying to get this gin done, this gin done, this gin done, you pop your thing and a gin on the other side of the map or anywhere where they're not running their little circle, which they have a lot of chance of that happening, gets hit and they're not informed or anything like that. They finish this gin, they think they're out, next thing you know, the game's not ending. It's not defined here. It's not defined here. Needs to be stated somewhere how this perk 100% works. You said somewhere about something only lasting 4 times. I assume you're talking about this. Let me go back. You said something about one perk only lasting 4 times. The Scourge hook. Sent down. What's wrong with that? It's a built-in make your choice for the basement and there is no distance needed. It only works 4 times. It only works 4 times. It's a built-in make your choice for the basement and only works 4 times. Do you not understand? Basement is. So one, let me first see. Let me check something before I start. Boom, 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 boom. So Scourge hooks. Nowhere here that I'm seeing thus far are being specified or anything like that here. Here. That's the actual character, because you're weird and put the character first. Here. Now listen to what I'm saying. Every hook in the basement is Scourge. When a survivor is rescued from a Scourge hook, they become inflicted with mangled, broken for 60 seconds, and hindered by 30 seconds. The rescuer becomes exposed for 60 seconds. When a survivor is rescued, the Scourge hook turns into a normal hook. You shall be sentenced until, and all of that. How is this only being able to use 4 times? See, you're saying something that was in your brain, but not something that I originally read, which I asked to be further defined. You come to me saying there's no distance needed. It's a built-in make your choice, and it only works 4 times. One, why are you trying to encroach on another perk? Make your choice is made because you have to be within the killer's terror radius. It is a penalty or a punishment for survivors that are trading, which trading is a very big no-no. Trading is when a survivor essentially runs up and unhooks another survivor while the killer's nearby and they immediately go down so the other person can escape. It's trading. You should not trade in any circumstance unless you have borrowed time and a means of escape for yourself. If you have dead hard and you're injured and borrowed time and all that, or if it's the pig, you shouldn't really trade at all because make your choice exists. But if it's a non-pig, you pull survivor down with borrowed time. They take the hit for you. We're using their borrowed time. They get a speed boost. You can then block for them, or you both go separate ways and you both run separate loops. The killer chases whoever. Make your choices put in to punish people for trading. You should never trade without any type of backup. Make your choice activates. The person that takes you down gets exposed, but the other person still has the borrowed time. The pig is now making those two. make a decision on who's going to go down. The thing about make your choice is if you're running borrowed time and you're not trading, like dumb survivors do nowadays, the person who has the borrowed time still takes the initial hit, allowing the person that now has the broken status effect to get away. And the other person runs the opposite direction, resuming gameplay. Why are you trying to make your choice but give it an unlimited tear radius or an unlimited radius? You literally admit here the primary problem, well, not even the primary, but one of the primary problems. You're trying to remake a perk that is already remade and balanced for that purpose, and trying to take off the negative of it, making the killer more powerful. I want to make your choice but have no distance in it. If you've ever looked at any of my streams or any of my other comments, I always say do not take an existing balanced perk and then change it and then reintroduce it as another concept for your killer. But not only did you make your choice worse, you made it an insta-death basically for camping or anything like that for campers and basement. As soon as you basement hook people, it's going to create a snowball effect. You're essentially a Bubba with a chainsaw in the basement, but you now have other abilities and things like that. Again, imagine this on any other killer that's fast, that can run, that has any type of mobility. Even the nurse would be good because it's towards the basement. Nurse can teleport up and stop anybody going, or can teleport back and stop any of this before any of it happens. The problem in the beginning, which I asked you to further define, but instead of being snooty and coming back with all of these dumb insults and taking my constructive criticism towards you, you want to just keep talking ignorantly and then add in things. It only works 4 times. How am I supposed to know this? It says nothing here. You want me to break it down word for word to you? Mangled. Mangled. Survivors take longer to heal themselves or be healed by others. Mangled. Broken. I ain't gonna go through all of them. But broken. Can't even heal. You cannot heal when in the broken status effect. Hindered. Your speed is slowed. Let me give you an exact measurement. Actually, you know what? I am going to look it up. Broken. When affected by the broken, survivors are wounded to the point that they are unable to heal, regardless. Now, let's go. Hindered. Survivors' movement speed is temporarily slowed down. Temporarily being the keyword there. Now, every hook in the basement is scourged. When a survivor is rescued from the hook, they themselves become infected or inflicted, whatever. With mangled, healing speed is decreased, and broken, which mangled and broken for the same duration of 60 seconds is redundant. There's some constructive criticism for you. Mangled it doesn't even matter that it's there because you're already broken. Healing speeds decreased. Well, they can't heal at all. Get rid of the mangled from this. Broken for 60 seconds. And hindered for 30 seconds. If you've ever been hindered is extremely slow movement speed. It's like having, like it says, like a ball and chain on your legs. It's extremely slow. For 30 seconds. If a killer, oh no, let me finish everything first. The rescuer, or the person who unhooks, becomes exposed for 60 seconds. So what you've done at this point in time, and is taking make your choice, and then screwed over both sides for the basement. Now, let's go DBD, perks. Click on this. Type in make your choice. I'm going to try to explain this extremely slow so you understand what I'm saying to you. Make your choice. If a survivor is rescued from the hook, inside of your terror radius, basically 32 meters, the rescuer suffers exposed status effect for 60 seconds. It also has a cooldown of 60 seconds. That's it. If you're within their terror radius, you get the exposed status effect for 60 seconds. That's it. Let's scroll on back down to what you were trying to tell me. No distance needed only works 4 times. Again, where's the 4 times that you mentioned? From there all the way to there is your article. It's never mentioned that it works 4 times. You're being uppity about me, but guess what? I'm not inside your mind. I don't know what you're thinking. Hello? Is anybody in there? Hello? I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're thinking. How am I supposed to know? You're getting mad with me saying that it's useless feedback. Well, here's useful feedback. Get rid of mangled. They're already broken. They're already hindered. So when they get taken off the hook, not only are they getting status effects that make your choice don't even give you, they can't be healed, and they can move at an extremely slow amount of speed. There's no way they're going to be able to make it out of the basement. One way they would be able to make it out is if they healed immediately after getting unhooked, and they took that hit, which would let them get that speed boost to get out. You've cut that path of thinking. They can't be healed. So they're stuck in a broken status effect, and they're stuck moving at a slow amount of speed. How in your mind is that okay for somebody to get unhooked at the basement? To stay exposed, or to stay broken, and to not be able to move at full speed getting out of there. All that's gonna impromptu is people getting camped. You never put any type of cooldown. You never put any type of how many times it can be used here, which is what I went over. So even though my feedback is useless, you went back in and added a 4-time use there. So my useless feedback actually helped you out when you actually stopped and listened to what I was saying to you. You're a punk. You want to argue about everything. Shut up and listen. In your real life, stop arguing with the people that are trying to help you and listen. I repeat myself? Yes. You want to know why I repeat myself a lot when I go over these? To try to avoid misunderstandings like this. And I'm going to continue to repeat myself because every time your brain acts up and wants to retaliate something against me, I'm repeating myself to try to shut you up and bring you back down to a regular level. I've been nothing but nice to you. Niceness is gone now. There's no 4-time use here. Somebody goes down, gets put in basement. If you unhook them, the rescuer now becomes exposed for 60 seconds. So the killer comes, slaps the person that rescues them, and then has more than enough time, because the other person's hindered, to walk over and slap the other person who originally just came off hook. That's 2 hooks for that person, and now you have 2 people that you can essentially take the basement. They're not going to heal the survivor up by the time you pick up the new person or the unhooky in this case, and then hook them. Then go back up and pick the other person and hook them. Now you have two people in the basement. If either one of them gets unhooked or they both get unhooked at the same time, they're both hindered and exposed. They can't be healed and they can't walk fast. And the person that just saved them gets the exposed status effect. Guess what? Killer does the same thing. Goes in, hits the person that's moving fast because it's obvious. Then downs the other two. Goes back, picks up the unhooker, hooks them. Goes back, picks up the next person, hooks them. Goes back, picks up the next person, hooks them. And it's this gigantic snowball effect, because once you're hooked in the basement, you can't escape from it because you stay hindered. Look it up. See how slow you move with the hindered status effect. I want you to pay attention to the volt speeds, to the running speed, to the movement speed, all of the speeds that are associated with it. Look how slow you go, and you will start to understand that, hey, you can't hinder and apply a broken status effect because it prevents the survivor from ever leaving the basement. You can't expose another survivor who goes into the basement and is altruistic and tries to save that person. Neither one of them are going to escape. Like I said, if you run this on a Bubba, he's gonna be loving it. It is one hit downs all day, baby. All day. Hillbilly. Even Ghostface. Even Michael Myers, who just 99% is tier 3. Plague, who can keep everybody sick on top of this, and it wouldn't even matter because the hindered status effect makes it usable for Plague, who keeps everybody broken for the most part. Maybe you wanted to change broken to exhausted and you confused. Maybe they're supposed to be mangled and exhausted to where they can't use their dead hard and they can't heal that quick, and you make them just want to run out. Maybe it was an honest mistake on your part. Fine. But you have no right to yell at me and talk about BS and say that my feedback is useless when I'm going after what you showed me. There is no for use limit, and plus, you don't even need, that's all you'll need is 4 uses. Just all you gotta do is down somebody, hook them. When they get pulled out, make sure you hook the survivor that's actually healthy. Hook them. The next survivor that comes in and tries to unhook somebody, get them, and it's a snowball effect. That's all you need is 4 uses. So even saying, oh, it's only be used 4 times, it's the same thing. Now once you get 3 survivors in there, if they're smart enough to have one person unhook and get the exposed, and then every other survivor unhooks the other person and gets the exposed effect on top of the mangled and broken and things like that. Possibly, but you need a scapegoat. But the thing is, the person that originally unhooked still gonna get the exposed. And I don't know, but I don't think you know, if you've ever tried to use dead hard or anything like that on top of being hindered, it don't work very well. Sprint boost on top of being hindered, it don't work very well. Any of that. I think I've answered all of your questions about this and this. And yeah, I spent a lot of time, and I repeated myself a lot of time. Why? Because it's not going to get through your thick head. And as I keep saying it, it's not going to get through your thick head. I have to keep pounding it and keep pounding it and keep pounding it. I know appeal sounds OP, but the game is survivor-sided and generators get repaired too quick. That is an ignorant statement. The game is not survivor sided. It's not. The game is not killer sided. It's not. I've talked to people that have had both opinions. It don't matter. Also, Galanom, you're probably gone, aren't you? Yeah. I appreciate you stopping by if you come back and look at the end of this. I really do. Thanks for stopping by. I'm pretty sure I've answered all of number 2 here. The survivor perk locked away can be so useful. You don't need the killer to be camping you either. You ever been on the hook and went in the second stage or just died just before your teammate can save you? I've been on the hook and went in the second stage just yesterday because nobody elected to save me. I was playing with a friend off stream. It happens. They didn't save me. I went to stage 2 and then immediately got tunneled because they traded and my game ended very quickly. Died just before a teammate can save you? That's where camaraderie comes in, friend. Camaraderie pauses the second stage timer for 30 seconds. This perk is literally life or death. It's not. Camaraderie will give you an extra 30 seconds. But let's see what perk we're talking about here. Locked away. Survivor perk, I'm guessing. When getting hooked in the basement on your first or second hook, the timer doesn't go down for 30 seconds. Locked away can only be used once. Locked away sounds like the initial counter for your actual killer scourge hooks. The problem that you're not understanding is, when it comes to locked away, is 1, it's basement. It only relies on basement. Like I said, camaraderie pauses the timer for 30 seconds regardless of where you are. That's where you're losing out on value. Add some sort of passive in the locked away to make it worthwhile for when it's not being used for basement. If you never get hooked on the basement hook, you'll never use this perk. It's a dead perk. So like I stated earlier, are you just gonna sit around the basement every day? Or every time? Are you just gonna keep running around it? What happens when you finish the gym that's near basement? Then what? When the killer chases you, are you gonna run straight to the basement and voluntarily go down in it? How are you gonna play this? How are you gonna play this perk? You balance this for your killer. You balance your survivor to your killer. You didn't balance your survivor's perks and all of that to the game. Why would I use this on any other survivor in any other situation? In Dead by Daylight, you're not able to tell who the killer you're going up against. You will not know when you're going up against the judge. You won't know this. So why would I run this? Ever. If I run this perk as a standard in every match, and you get ghost faces and legions and Michael Myers and things like that, and you're never near the basement to go down, what's the use of this perk? I'd rather run camaraderie, and wherever I'm at, get that 30-second pause timer. It's great if you're a basement dweller. The it says first or second hook, so it doesn't do both. It's only in one activation, as stated there. It's nice getting that extra 30 seconds in basement, then camaraderie can stack with it, giving you an extra 30 seconds, and one of the previous things that I went over in another killer review, I go over this exact point with another person as to your perk has to have some sort of use. It can't just be another perk geared towards a specific situation. Make your choice. You can't just pull out the distance requirements and then shove in more positive effects just because you're biased and have this thought process that the game is survivor sided. The game's not survivor sided. You just don't have enough hours in the game. You don't know the tech to get past all of that. I play the game all the time. I get wins, I get losses. Both happen. I make mistakes. Even though I've played for a long time, but I have the basic understanding of what to do in most situations so I can get away. This perks, it's not good. It needs to be, something needs to be added to it to make it worthwhile. Give me a... Oh, and second is, they're not going to use the 30-second timer. Even with camaraderie, and you have it, they don't use that 30-second timer. You're going to get hooked in the basement, somebody's going to immediately run to you, and you'll probably be unhooked before this perk even gets deactivated, unless you're being camped. Or playing with just shit survivors. You might not get rescued at all. Just keep that in mind. The extra 30 seconds, you think about it and you're like, man, that survivor almost made it to you and they almost bled out. It could be the perk or the perk that saves you between life or death. But friend, your perk I forgot how to spell camaraderie. I forgot how to spell camaraderie. I'm thinking too hard. Trying to keep everything in line. Camaraderie. Oh, they actually retired the perk. Interesting. Oh, no, because it's not camaraderie anymore. It's, Oh. What's the new perk name? Kinship. Kinship. When you're on the hook in the struggle phase, your second hook, if a survivor is within 16 meters of your hook while kinship is active, the struggle phase timer is paused. For what seemed to got buffed to 34 seconds. 34 seconds. Now, remember, your entire argument, don't start with new arguments now. Your entire argument for me is that you ever been on the hook, went into second stage, or died just before your teammate can save you. That's your entire argument. This perk is literally life or death. That's your argument. Stick with your guns. That is what you said. You didn't stop to elaborate on further things like your original perks. You never stopped to elaborate on them. That's your argument. My counter to your argument is kinship. If you're running and you're getting there just before your teammate dies, guess what? Their bar is going to be stopped for 30 seconds. So you actually have an additional 30 seconds to save them. And you have to be within 16 meters of them to get that extra 30 seconds. So it shouldn't come down to the just getting to them barely just in time, because you already have to be near them for that timer to activate. That gives you their entire minute of their second phase. Well, it gives you 59 seconds to get within 16 meters of them. It works through walls. It works up and down. Up, down, left, right. It works in a bubble. So if they're in the basement and you're on top of the killer shack, the timer will stop. As long as you come within that 16 meters of them, the timer will stop. There's already a perk that does that, and it does it better than your perk does. Why would I grab a perk that only works in basement when I can get an extra 30 seconds anywhere on any survivor? You know what I'm saying? Your perk don't even have the added caveat that it works on all survivors. You know, it'd be different. Maybe I would even possibly even think that it can be even somewhat usable if you even added in just the clause on all survivors. Any survivor goes down in basement, the second hook timer won't go down for 30 seconds, as opposed to just yours. You know? And the thing about Locked Away is that I'm going to honestly say to you, and I hope if you don't listen to anything, you listen to this. If Locked Away and you get basement hooked, you're on your first hook, and Locked Away activates and adds that 30 seconds in, you are essentially wasting them. You have your partners have a entire minute to come and save you. If they don't come down and save you within that first minute in basement, they probably ain't coming, bro. And let's say it goes below the first one and this secondary timer stops for 30 more seconds. And they save you in your first hook phase. You've now lost your secret weapon if you get hooked again because it only activates once. If you want me to look at this seriously, buff this. Allow it to be used multiple times. Or allow it to extend to every survivor in the game or something like that, you know? If a survivor's in basement and you've done X amount of action, have the perk, get totems or something, or tokens or something. And once somebody gets hooked in the basement, it consumes a token, and then their timer gets extended for 30 seconds off base, if you want to make it strictly basement. Now, I gave you an idea and feedback on that because you asked me. When I first said something, you never replied back. I understand what you're saying. Do you have any ideas on how I can improve? You never asked me for my feedback. You thrashed me and said my feedback's useless. And it's useless because you didn't tell me how I can fix my stuff. It's not my job to tell you how to fix your stuff. It's my job to tell you that something's unbalanced and needs to be relooked at. Teachers don't tell you exactly how to fix your paper. They just tell you what's wrong with it. They mark errors and then they give you your grade back. If you stay after school and you ask them, hey teach, I see that I got a 40% on my paper. What can I do to improve? They'll sit down and talk to you. That is supplementing your lifestyle and applying that you actually are serious about, what you looking at and what you want to get done. And now I'm going to do what you hate and go over things again so you get a reminder. And for most streamers, they repeat themselves for anybody else that joins in the chat afterwards, so they can get a summarization of things that have went forward. And also, if you forget about things or you're writing things down or you're trying to do things, it's just a reminder of things to do. Go back in, redefine things. Don't get mad at me about things like that. Don't harp on me about me talking slow and babbling about random things. If I say something, don't say, oh, you think evidence is OP, and then laugh. How about you ask me, why do I think evidence is OP? Ask me to further define the thing. Act like an actual creator, and more importantly, a mature person, and actually ask me for my input. If you don't want my input or anything, don't reply back to me. It's simple. I was going to leave a comment, and then I was going to leave. If you never answered back to my comment, you would have never heard from me again. It's that simple, bro. You brought this upon yourself. Don't reply back. If you don't like the feedback you get, don't reply back. Or just say thank you and go on with your day. like everybody else in this forum does. They say thank you and they go about their day. Get the stick out of your butt. You clearly are a survivor main. That is one of the most ignorant statements. If you actually listen to what I said, I even state during while I'm doing this, I play killer and survivor equal. I've said that multiple times, and you know this because I repeat myself. You think evidence is OP, and you laugh. Ask me why I think evidence is OP. Ask me to open up your mind and ask or define what I'm talking about. So maybe I can give you more advice to make your killer even better. What about scourge hooks sent down? What's wrong with it? You see? Right there. What about this? What's wrong with it? All you gotta do is ask. I went through, I told you. It's a built-in make your choice but for basement. With no distance needed. Okay. I mean, that problem then is itself is because you're trying to take an original perk and expand upon it, which is not a good thing to do because it's balanced when it was inputted into the game, so it doesn't need to be changed. Then you add it in, it only works 4 times, which you never said in the original post. I can't understand what you're telling me, buddy. I can't read your mind. Appeal sounds OP, but the game is survivor-sided. I'm going to ask you to refrain from making statements like that when you're making a creation, because it's going to make your work one-sided. You're going to end up making either the killer too OP or the survivor too OP, thinking that the game is one-sided. Forget about sides, just think neutral. Think about how you can give everybody the Dead by Daylight experience without tipping the scales in either way, or either way. Gens get repaired way too quick. Corrupt intervention, ruin, thrill of the hunt, things like that. Like I said, I do hope that you look at my last stream of my last Ghostface run, or any of the Ghostface runs, where I'm literally just messing around. The last one was actually pretty funny though. And just watch the run. Watch how I play, things like that, and then after you watch me play a match, then honestly ask yourself, is this game survivor-sided? Because I guarantee you, your opinion's going to change based off watching. It ain't even got to be me. Watch somebody else play as a killer. I'm just kind of trying to buff my content here. It's kind of a shameless plug, but if you want just an immediate example, my content's there. I play killer games, I play survivor games. I get pissed off, I also get happy. It goes both ways. Now, the problem that you tend to have is you don't leave things open to question, which is where we're butting heads at here. No more me being mean or anything like this. I'm actually being open with you. You're not leaving things open. Why do you think evidence is OP? Leave it at that. What about the scoring shit? Sent down. What is wrong with it? Leave it at that. You don't have to go in with, it's a built-in make your trace. Like, no. You don't need to go through all of that. Just put, what about scourge hooks sent down? What's wrong with that? Then preface with, oh, by the way, I forgot to add that it only works 4 times. You know? Cut the snootiness and all the attitude out of it. Just ask questions, bro. Just ask questions. And I'm pretty sure I've went over everything, unless you've commented again. No, you're waiting on me to comment. So this is what I'm going to leave you with. I just took some more time after going to end the stream to go over your questions. Even though I am quite irritated from the backhanded comments. You can take it and run with it, or leave it. That's all I got for you. All in all, like I said, it's a good concept. It could be made greater. I took some time because I was going to end the stream a long time ago. I just spent a little bit of extra time after I was going to end my stream to go over his questions. Even though I was irritated from all the backhanded comments, he can take it and run with it, make something amazing out of his concept, or leave it, completely ignore it, and, well, I'm sorry to tell you, bud, that you arguing in the comments with me, you're going to get less comments from people that actually want to help you. Because I go through comments and things like this. I mean, don't feel bad. You're not the only one that does it. A lot of people put out a concept and they think that it's spot on. And when somebody says something, they get angry about it. But think about all the new people that want to come in and say some sort of concept or say some sort of feedback, and they read, what I've put. And then you come back with this, and then they're going to continue to read on. I mean, how does this look? This looks bad for both of us. And this is basically, it's just an argument back and forth about things like this. And the small time that I've been doing reviews, I've built up good credit with a lot of creators. I've talked to a lot of creators about things. I've built up good creators, or credits with different creators. So this isn't going to negatively affect me as much as it negatively affects you and your 229 posts. Hopefully there are different ideas and things like that. I'd love to look at them. But I mean, you got to kind of control yourself and try to understand the feedback or that people are trying to give you. And if you don't necessarily agree, just be nice and just dismiss them, I said what I said. All you had to do, if you think I was full of crap and all of that, literally could have just said, okay, thank you for your feedback, Thanks for the feedback, or I'll look into it, or something like that. Something, dismissive that you'll say to anybody who you necessarily aren't going to follow their advice, but you're still going to give them the respect that they spent their time. Okay, I'll go back through, relook at my killer, or thanks for the advice. You can just simply leave it there. Thanks for the advice. Hit send. Never would have heard from me again. That's the end of it. But then, did you read the whole description or just the power? At some point in the trial, there'll be more objectives. Blah, 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 blah. And then what got me the most, that got me heated, is what you said clearly was a quick assumption of its power, and you gave little to no thought about how good this could actually be. That is the thing that absolutely ruined me, is that statement. When I spent an hour and a half going over your concept. And if you look at previous concepts, even if they're small, I spend a considerable amount of time going over them. You want to know why I speak the ways I do? Why I speak, I guess, what you would consider slower than most people? One, my voice is killing me because I've been doing like 4 or 5 hour streams here recently. But on top of that, I like to review and be thorough about everything I do. You learn that when you receive higher education. If you go to the streamers that are actually, big brain individuals and things like that, not the entertainers, you're going to notice that they speak a lot more clear and a lot more slower as they get things done. Compared to your average streamer that's all about entertainment. They're going to be up there running their mouth saying a whole bunch of things that are entertaining to the people. As opposed to having a big brain behind them, those people tend to speak a little bit slower. So they think about what they're saying before they say it, if that makes any kind of sense. But anyway, I'm not going to repeat myself anymore. I'm going to leave you with this. It's already been, it's only been 4 hours. I was going to play some Dead by Daylight and Rocket League, but in about 3 more hours, my friends and stuff are going to be online, and I'm going to be back on the grind. So possibly even before, if he's not on now. Since I'm going to log on the Discord, I might as well show you the Discord code for my server. If you want to join the server. You can send me a message personally, something like that, if you want me to check something out for you. If you want me to join a voice call and go over your creation with you together, to where if I say something and you don't understand, you can immediately come back and say, well, Q, I don't think that's necessarily correct. QTASTIC is the username. The tag is 5856. If you want to join my server, invite link. I'll just copy it and type in general. Invite link to server. The invite link to the server, FDKMU7D2. Server's name QTASTIC and Friends for everybody to see. So anybody that wants to join, either message me directly, QTASTIC, hashtag pound, whatever you want to say, 5856, QTASTIC 5856. Discord link, FD, capital K, capital M, U7, capital D, 2. Join the server. I'll be more than happy to talk to you when I'm on. Generally, I don't join Discord till 8 o'clock my time, which is Eastern. So, if you live in another time zone, message me, let me know so I can stay up and either talk to you if it comes down to it or something like that, or we can schedule around it if it comes down to it. But just let me know, More than happy to help people if they want help. If you don't want help, let me know too, and I won't bother doing any type of review or anything about your creation. I'll let it sit out there for the public to do whatever needs to be done. I don't mind being told to stay away. But thanks to everybody who stopped by and all of that. And remember to always supplement your lifestyle. Thanks, everybody. Bye bye.